That's look a little foggy, or it's my eyes. Hello, my Teaser King family. How the hell is everybody? Well, I was very happy that the free picks won this week. So you would have had Alabama, which wins, and the Lions under, which somehow won. Watching Baltimore kill them. And that's the beauty of the under. As long as one team scores and the other team doesn't, it'll under. And that's what happened. So it ended up being 38-6. I love how the Lions go for two. Like, yeah, that'll help you. 38-6, 44. The spread was 43. We went under 49. 48.5, 49, somewhere like that. So we get the W there. The locks were horrible in the pros. I had a Buffalo Ram lock. I won the Eagle part of the lock. I also had the Eagles over as a lock. And San Diego in 12, which how did they not score? It's just unbelievable. But that's how, that's what's happening. San Diego never gets blown out there. Incredibly bad coaching. They have the worst coach because they have so much talent. They should never lose like that. They could have easily beat Kansas City. I'm watching the end of the game. Herbert goes back to pass. He's like, he's got 2 seconds to throw the ball. I'm like, who's calling the plays and what kind of are you calling that you can't handle this 4-man pass rush? Why would you send 5 guys out and keep one guy in the block? Hello, McFly. These are the stupidest offensive defensive coordinators in the whole league I've ever seen in my life. I've been loving hearing the Lions guys cry. Here's how the Lions guy tried to cope with it. Well, it's a one-off. How about the Seattle? Well, it's a 2-off. So you play 2 good coaches and they beat you both, showing you have a coaching problem. And you can gloat beating Carolina, beating Green Bay, beating Atlanta, and beating Tampa. You can go gloat on beating a bunch of high school teams. But at the end of the day, when you play good teams, you get killed. I mean, how come you didn't blitz Mahomes? In the car on the way home, they said the same thing. Well, how do you defend Mahomes? And I'm like, just blitz him. Did you not watch Miami beat him a couple years ago? Miami blitzed him every play. He didn't know how to read, and they shut him out. They beat him like 24-0 with an average Miami team that they just blitzed every time. And it worked, but yet nobody wants to do that. I mean, they just exposed the defense, how bad they are. And then they tried to paint the picture. Well, it's hard to rush Mahomes because he's quick. But that's why you bring safeties up who are just as quick. So he's faster than your safeties? Really? You got a problem with your safeties if Mahomes is faster. He jukes them. Oh, give me a break. These guys are so wide open. There was so many busted coverages. It was a joke. Give me a break. What are you guys watching? I still don't think the Lions could win a game in the Big Ten. And Michigan would beat them. Yeah, no problem. It would be an interesting game, wouldn't it? Again, Goff chokes. Big game. He disappears. And I love how the announcers try to make it sound like, well, he looked great against Atlanta or he looked great against Tampa. And you're like, yeah, of course, that's what they do. They look good in those games. But when they play real good teams, this is why they got rid of Goff, the Rams, because he can't handle the good games. And the good games against the good teams, he doesn't show up. like yesterday. And that goes back to his college game against, he was at Cal, he played Utah for the championship to win the Pac-10. He throws 5 picks. That's all you need to know. This guy's a choke. That's it. Gets to the NFL, same thing. Big game, chokes. Gets to the Super Bowl because they ran Todd Gurley. Todd Gurley ran and ran and ran. He just dinked a few play-action passes. Gets to the Super Bowl. They take Gurley away. He can't do shit. They lose 13-3. They get rid of him. Comes with the Lions. Does shit the first 8 games because they played Dallas and New England. And then he starts beating the Bears and the Vikings. And everybody thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know, he plays the easy part of the schedule. So against the bad teams, he looks good. Same thing this year. Oh, he's 13-4 his last 70. Yeah, because you start counting when he started winning. And, you know, they were, 8-1 playing bad teams. And then he loses to Carolina, which would have been a playoff game had they won it. And then this year they played a bunch of crap teams. The 2 teams that were good, they lost to. They have it's such a bad league now. This league sucks. I swear, you put Georgia, not Alabama this year. You put Georgia, maybe Oklahoma, Oregon, Washington. They'd win the divisions. That's how bad this league is. And the refs are bailing out these teams. The one call I didn't like is the Ohio State-Penn State game. The guy knocks the ball out, takes it back for a touchdown in the second quarter, and there's this bullshit call for defensive holding or pass interference on Marvin Harrison Jr. He wasn't even in the play. What are you making that call for? Yeah, he tugged the jersey. Who cares? If the ball's over here and he's over here, you know, if he's on the left side and the quarterback's looking there, you don't make the call. There's holding every play if you want to call it, but then the refs are way too involved, making too many penalties. It's actually, to me, a socialist thing where they're trying to say, look, you can't make penalties or we're going to arrest you, or some deeper meaning than what it is, because there's so many penalties. It's such bullshit bailouts. 3rd and 19. Yeah, well, call this hand he touched his jersey. That's holding. It's an automatic first down. You're like, seriously? Unbelievable. Hey, Todd. I don't know. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, Duke we got kind of screwed on because Duke was you retracted it. Duke was Duke under. It's okay, Todd. Duke under. We lost on like a kickoff return or a pick six or something. And we only lost by like 2 or 3 points. So yeah, I was surprised there was that much, but happy you made some money. Like I said, I loved Alabama. That was my lock. And I look at yesterday's games. If I go down my pro list, Cleveland under with Indy. I mean, what are you going to do? The Buffalo, how does Buffalo lose to New England? And the thing is, I'm laying 2, and Buffalo comes all the way back, hits the 2-point conversion to go up 3. I'm winning the game. How does New England drive down the field and then score and win 29-25? It's insane. They come back and then they lose. And now you just question Buffalo's coaching. Like, what the fuck? Washington and the Giants didn't play the Bear game, didn't play that game. I had it close. I had 27-24 Washington. So I wasn't totally surprised that the Giants covered. I am surprised of the score. What the fuck, 14-7. I had the Atlanta Tampa under. I had 2017, 16, 13. So I had Atlanta winning by 3. They won by 3, under 44, which that was like, that one was right. The free play was Detroit Baltimore under. I had 24-20 Baltimore. It's 38-6. Ironically, I hit the 44. So it was a 44. And with the teaser, we're under 49, 49 and a half. So that was good. And that's where it came through. I mean, Baltimore's a 15 defense, and they held them. Hey, Greg and John. Well, the refs are like the McMahons, right? I mean, what? Incredibly bad roughing. They're getting way too involved. And then if you notice if they're going down, and you don't know if they're down or not, they call them short 100% of the time. It's ridiculous. Every time and he clearly scores, even when they clearly score, they'll mark him down at the 1. And they're worried about player safety, but the guy clearly scored. It's almost thing every time. First downs now, they'll mark him short. When they clearly, if it's close, they mark him short. I don't know if they want drama. I don't know what the fuck they want. And I'm so sick of this Philly pushing shit. That is not football. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's strongest man competition or bowling that I'm watching. I mean, I'm watching Hurts goes in, and why it works is then you have the tight end pushing Hurts. So the defense, even though the defense stops, they can't stop the second push by the tight end. That should be illegal. That whole play is disgusting. It's not football. Should be banned. I don't get it. And I keep hoping Jalen Hurts breaks his leg when they do it because that's such bullshit. You're supposed to do it on your own. So if Hurts goes into the line and does a quarterback sneak and he gets the yard, fine. But this pushing bullshit has got to be banned. It's not football, and it makes the sport a joke. It is WWF. Hey, Todd, you're back. Okay. Thanks for the free play. Your Packers are a joke. Michigan could beat them, probably the whole North teams. Yeah, sorry about that Duke game, but Duke's like a 9 defense. And Florida State's got a good defense. I was surprised there was that much scoring in it. I didn't see who you won with, but all the overs seemed to win. Alabama was good. I nailed college. I did very good on college. We'll go through my results when I finish the NFL. But yeah, I mean, it's getting a little bit too ridiculous. The coaching and the coordinators. I mean, you look on like a 3rd and 15, and the secondary is 20 yards back, and the guy's catching the ball at like 14 yards, and he's got to fake one guy out to get the first down. Where is the coverage? Then you start realizing that in the NFL, everybody's got to pull the hamstrings. So you're dealing with basically grocery store guys playing cornerback, which is why there's so many holding, because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to disguise it. And, why are you even holding? That Marvin Harrison play, what was the guy doing? Why is he holding him? Just get close. You know the refs are watching for it. You can't do it. It's like a baseball game. And Bobby's not here yet. But in the baseball game, it's ridiculous. You've got to watch the ump. Forget what the strike zone is. It's the umpire's strike zone. Whatever he's calling it, if he's calling them high, that's a strike. That's a strike. If he's calling them low, if he's calling them inside and outside, whatever the umpire is calling is the strike zone. And that's what you got to do when you're playing secondary in the NFL. Whatever they're calling, if they're calling this ticky-tack shit, then don't hold. Push them a little bit, but don't hold. It's fucking ridiculous. Greg Johns, the Bears win with a Division II quarterback. The Raiders coaching is horrible. Well, we knew that all the New England ex-coaches are horrible. The only guy that did anything is Vrabel because he played under whatchamacallit. Urban Meyer. He was an Ohio State guy, played under Urban Meyer. Then he played under Belichick, but I don't think he coached under Belichick. I don't think he was like an assistant coach under Belichick. He had, he used some of Belichick's play, but he used a lot of Urban Meyer. He's probably the one guy from New England that I like as a coach, but he's really because he was from Ohio State. But these coaches, I mean, I'm loving this Lion Talk today. I'm on cloud nine as these guys, all these radio guys are crying like babies. Oh, wait, we beat Carolina and Green Bay. Look at us. Aren't we the best team in the league? Baltimore kills them. Well, it was a one-off, and I'm like, they got so out-coached, it wasn't even funny. You blitz Lamar, period. You want to beat Lamar, you blitz him. You want to beat Hurts, you blitz him. Why do you think Georgia wins every game? Because they put so much pressure on them. They don't have time to read and throw. That's how you win, is Georgia, right? That's why we bet Georgia every week. And they win 99 out of 100. We win the under on. Only when they score 60 points do they go. But this is the point. This is my point about the Lions being from Detroit. Is Dan Campbell's terrible coach, and they're beating all the bad teams, and nobody's like differentiating them. Because I'm an analyst, and I know after doing this since the 1970s, you look into the game. What happened? Why did we win and why did we lose? And you can clearly see it's the coaching on Detroit's terrible. That's why I'm high on Denver, was because of Sean Payton. And we picked Denver yesterday, and I had Denver winning 27-21, and they won 19-17. Now they're playing better defense. Miami kind of ran the score up, which was bad on them. They put up a 70. And since then, Denver started to play a little bit better, as I thought it would. Sean Payton is not going to allow that. That's why you have Sean Payton. And that's why we like Sean Payton. He's one of him and Coach Pete. And Belichick, we see, is a fraud. Belichick's not a good coach. But then we look at Buffalo and we go, that guy, to lose to Mac Jones, especially after you grab the lead, that's pathetic. And we see the San Diego coach sucks. Andy Reid's okay. He's not that good. If my Philadelphia people were here, if Luke was here, he'd tell you, because how many they were in the NFC Championship game 5 years in a row and won one and then lost in the Super Bowl to New England. He's not a good coach, but he has Mahomes, just like Belichick with Brady. So everybody's going to say how good Andy Reid is. He's not good. Take Mahomes away, and Kansas City doesn't win anything. That's the coaching. Todd, taking Duke again next Saturday versus Louisville. Tease Duke. Who are they? Who are the dogs? Duke's the dog in the game. So quickly looking at that line, Louisville, I got as this morning. I did it before I went swimming. Louisville's 4.5, 48. Duke's a 14 defense now, and Louisville's a 20. They're both A teams. So that means we take the dog. We can probably play it under. Louisville just got beat pretty bad by like a shit team. Where's Louisville? Well, I thought they played last week. Maybe. No, I don't see them. And I love that Miami beat Clemson. So they'd be undefeated if the idiot would have taken a knee. How that coach and offensive coordinator are not fired is beyond me. And it shows you how good Van Dyke is. I didn't read the box score in that, but they put up 28 on Clemson. I'm sure it was all Van Dyke. And I called the Utah win. I loved that one. I told you they were pissed off, and they get Oregon this week. They're going to win that also. Utah is a home dog to Oregon. Oregon's 5.5 and 50. Utah's a 15 defense, and Oregon's a 17 defense. This is another. Well, I don't know if it's an under game yet, but I get Utah an 11.5 at home. Oregon's not Oregon on the road. Oregon's Oregon at home. Although Washington, I don't know what the fuck happened to them against Arizona State. They put up 15 points on Arizona State. Wow. Anyway, we'll get into that in a minute. Dukes, Riley Leonard played. I checked the box score. He did play. He hurt his foot, but they gave up 38 points, but I think 7 was a kickoff return. So I'm a little bit surprised, but that shows you how strong Florida State is to put up 31 on Duke. Notre Dame got 20 and Clemson got 7. So there you go. All right. So I had Baltimore at the 44. It was a 44, a little differently, but since we played the under, it didn't matter. That was just a 15 playing a 19 defense, so I'm going under with it. Pitt and the Rams, what the fuck happened here? I get the Rams 21-10 and Pitt wins 24-17. I know Stafford threw an interception. How the fuck does the Rams at home lose to Pittsburgh? Really? I get Pitt as a defense. I don't argue that. They got Kenny Pickett. That's what I'm arguing. How the hell they put up 24 with Pickett and Stafford does his little hiding game. So again, very, very strange. It did stay under. I got them 31-10. They win 20-10. So I got the 10 part right. 27 defense by Arizona. I don't know if Metcalf played. Even like I was looking at like 3:30 if I was going to post it. I did post it. I posted Seattle at about 3:30 for a 4:30 game. I was waiting to see if Metcalf played. It didn't look like he – I don't think he played. Smith-Njigba and Lockett got all the catches. So, unfortunately, we didn't have Metcalf, but hopefully he's here for next week. I never thought of the over-under. It was 44, and they played a 30. I would have probably went over. See, if Metcalf plays, it's an over. But without him, they probably ran the ball more. As I said, I had Denver 27-21. They win 19-17. That was pure logic. It was, how can Love be a road favorite? Who can he beat? And I'm including the Big Ten and the Pac-10. Who can Jordan Love be a road favorite to? And there's nobody. And then Denver, I got Russell Wilson and I got Sean Payton. There's no way they're losing this game. And they're starting to play much better. And you got to give them time with Sean Payton. Give him time. And since they don't do preseason anymore, this is you're fucked when you don't do preseason. They're 3-4 weeks behind where they should be. So now I feel better. I could probably take them against Kansas City and San Diego. Off we go. Here, I had KC 23-21, 31-17 with a late touchdown. And it looked like their offensive line couldn't block Kansas City. Like, what the fuck? Kellen Moore, you're a better offensive coordinator than that. They were calling stupid plays. Herbert's looking like he's got 10 seconds in the pocket. He's back to pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sack. You can't hold the ball that long, especially if Kansas City's getting to you. Where's the swing pass to Eckler? Where's the tight end? What the fuck are you calling? Obviously, you can't keep them out. Why aren't you keeping the tight end or the back end to block? And then let him, at least he can hit he can hit whatchamacallit, Keenan Allen. Very disappointing, but unfortunately there. And then Miami Philly, I had 35-31 Philly. It was 31-17, over under 52 down to 46. We got just enough. We got 48, and that was one of the locks. The other lock was San Diego, which fucked, Buffalo, which fucked, and the Rams, which got fucked. what a joke. I didn't really my totals had Cleveland under. Cleveland's a 15 and they give up 38 to Indy. Okay. I have over in the Washington Giant game, 14-7 with and the problem is Tyrod Taylor is so much better than Jones. It's ridiculous. They're all named Jones. Thurston Howell, where did he disappear to? Right? Oh, he looks good. He puts up a 7 against the 28 defense. What is that? This is the problem with the league. You've got Howell, you've got Jordan Love, you got Tyrod Taylor, you've got Mac Jones, you got Deshaun Watson, and he goes out for he gets hurt. He goes out. He'll be gone. These guys are getting the guaranteed money. They get hurt. This is why you don't guarantee the money. He gets hurt and he's out and he's done. We'll see you in a month. And then they bring in P.J. Walker and he gets 39 points with Minshew. And then you got Hoyer for Oakland against Jerry the beggar from Farber Jacks. And he lit it up. That shows you how bad Fields is. Here's a guy from the grocery store from God knows what, did he go to Harvard or Yale? And he threw for 3 touchdowns and they scored 30 points against Oakland. Fields would never have done that. I mean, this is the problem, right? You have Fields, you have Stroud, you have Richardson. You've got these guys that can't quarterback. And here, this is the point. Why? See, you could have started this guy. You could have traded Fields and got the number 1 pick. And got a good one of these Georgia defensive players. That's what the Bears need. It's just, this is the problem. Why are you drafting these quarterbacks so high when you need other positions and other, running backs and defensive? God knows that everybody needs defense. And then you can get this quarterback from the grocery store. Why would you waste a first-round pick on Fields and then trade and get, I don't know who their first-round pick was this year, but it wasn't anybody good. I can guarantee you that because these GMs don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's a sad league. All right, so let's see. Over, under, Atlanta, Tampa, I hit an under. Detroit, Baltimore, I hit the under. Pitt, LA, I hit the under. Green Bay, Denver, I guessed over, but I played Denver. Again, I thought it would be 27-21 Denver. Over-under was 45. You played a 19-17. San Diego, KC, I did like the over, 23-21. It went down to 47, and they ended up scoring 48. So the line was 47. KC gets a late touchdown and wins 30 and puts up a 48. And the line was 50. So let's take this as a business case. The over-under starts at 50. It gets bet down to 47.5. That's a lot of money, lowering it. And Kansas City wins 31-17, putting up a 48 to fuck everybody with the 47.5. All the 48s push. The initial 50 and the 49s win. Seriously? That's unbelievable. That shows you how WWE this is. Miami, Philly, 52.5. We needed the teaser. I did have 35-31. I don't know why Miami only got 17. I didn't watch the whole game. And then they end up at the 2-yard line and they take knees. I love how they do that instead of scoring the touch. This is the difference in college. Look at Michigan State. There's 6 seconds left. Michigan's got the ball at the 5-yard line. They run a play and score a touchdown. And why aren't they taking a knee? I don't know. I don't understand why they don't take a knee in college, even when they're supposed to in the Miami game. There's other games where they're supposed to take the knee, and they're not. And they're running play. Look at the Miami game. Take the knee. No, we're going to run a play fumble and lose the game. Cost us the season because we were undefeated. Now I guess they still have to beat Florida State. That'll be a good game. But we need new coaches at Miami. We need Jimmy back there. See, that's the key. You bet on a coach like Jimmy Johnson. I probably won a car with Jimmy Johnson. I mean, he was money, and see, that's what you bet on. You bet on talent. So you can bet on Coach Pete. You can bet on Sean Payton. You can't bet Belichick. You can't. You can maybe bet Tennessee, but they didn't play this week. So you got to be careful. I mean, the Oakland coach blows. Chicago coach couldn't coach. He couldn't coach a MAC team. Cleveland's coach is terrible. Indy, I don't even know who their coach is. Buffalo's coach is a joke. To lose that game, he should be fired. There's no excuse. How can you lose to New England 29-25, which means your defense just blows? Are you not studying films, how to handle? See, I hate when all you need to do is blitz these guys, and they play this stupid zone defense, and they let them throw all these little 5 and 10-yard passes underneath. Makes these quarterbacks look good, and we know the quarterbacks are not good. But if you don't put pressure on them and you play this stupid zone, then of course you're going to do that. I think some of it is because the quarterbacks are running, so they want to keep their eye on the quarterback, so they then play a zone so the quarterback can't run, and then they get eaten up by the short passes. So there's a big problem in the league with coordinators. A strange lunch today. Chili. Chicken breast is not strange, and I got my avocado I got to eat. Anyway. A soft avocado, but it's still green inside. Sometimes they get brown and they're not good, but as long as it's still green, they're tasty, even though it got soft. If they do get soft, you put it in the fridge. So if I get a real hard one, like a hard ball, I'll leave it out on the counter, and I feel it after 2 or 3 days. Then it starts getting soft, but I don't want to eat it because I've already had one. I might have 5 that are soft. I throw them in the fridge, and it kind of keeps them a little bit from getting too soft. See, this is still very tasty, even though it's soft. Yummy, yummy. Okay. So this was this bullshit week. In the teaser, San Diego, you bet on, didn't come through. KC did. The Niners are the teaser play tonight. The Rams disappointed. Philly was good. The Jets were off. Seattle was good. Cincinnati was off. The play against teams are Minnesota, which is tonight with the Niners. So this is a Niner play tonight. Play against New Orleans. That worked. Carolina didn't play. Play against New England didn't work. Play against Oakland was good. Play against San Diego was good. So San Diego plays close games every time. Play against Chicago didn't work. Play against Baltimore did not work. Play against Washington worked. Play against Atlanta didn't work. So those are just teaser trends. And I try to go back. It's this year and last year. And I'm not even sure. I mean, I can't use Carolina, and I can't use Indy, and I can't use half these teams because they switch so fast. This is what's really difficult about handicapping and betting football this year is all these changes, right? And now we got new coaches, and we got quarterbacks that are being drafted in the first round that shouldn't be, and then they're starting. What the fuck is Richardson starting for? What the fuck is Stroud? And how bad's your team when you got to have C.J. Stroud come in, draft him with the 3rd pick, and you play him? How bad is your team? How bad is your GM that he can't spot a quarterback? Why don't you trade for Trask on Tampa? Will Greer's sitting there at Dallas. And then Dallas trades for whatchamacallit, the guy in the Trey Lance. Dallas trades for Trey Lance. You're like, oh my God. He sucks. What do? You got Dak Prescott who sucks, so you're getting even worse now. All right. So that's last week. Tonight, I don't know. I'm taking the Niners, but you don't have, as far as I know, Deebo Samuel's out. And let's check about tonight. Do we have McCaffrey? Let's go. NFL injuries. Refresh. The Niners. Now, I'm sure they have a backup running back, right? And a lot of it's the skill of the coach calling these. McCaffrey is probable tonight. So instead of locking Frisco, which I would have done, but I don't have McCaffrey, he's playing. So I get fucked here. So play Frisco tonight. That's would have been a lock. Without Jefferson, Minnesota's got nothing. The Niners off of a loss. McCaffrey's playing. Look for them to win. Greenlaw is still questionable with a hamstring. Deebo Samuel's out till mid-November. What the fuck happened in this Cleveland game? Jesus Christ. They knew we lost. They took all their they injured all the players. All right. What's this latest spread? We got 6.5, 43. That really hasn't changed. I got 6.5, 44. I got 49ers 24-7. That's what we got. All right. Let's look at college football. So let's look at last week, just a little bit, and then we're going to look forward to next week. So we'll stick with the bigger games. Rice crushes Tulsa 42-10 on Thursday night. They were both over teams. So to hold Tulsa to 10 points is impressive for Tulsa because they give up 30 a game. SMU buries Temple 55-0. Again, they're an A team. They have a good defense. Temple gives up 36. That's how it should go, right? That's how you got an A team like SMU, good defense. You got a shitty defense in Temple. SMU should have no problem scoring. Voila, 55-0. That's when it works. It doesn't always work, and that's why we don't go 100%. We're not Bernie Madoff. But that's really the key to it. So, first game, we got BC, Georgia Tech over and over. Their total is 57. You go over, and they play a 61. So you do win without knowing anything about who the hell BC's quarterback or anything about Georgia Tech, except for they beat Miami. And without knowing anything, just knowing that BC gives up 32, Georgia Tech gives up 29, and they both have good offenses. And you just go, well, I got a good offense and a shit defense on both sides. Should be a lot of points. You look at the over-under, it's only 57. Why it wasn't in the 60s blows my mind. And they put up a 61, and you win. I mean, that's how it should go. We don't know that it doesn't. Oh, most of the time it does. Oklahoma has trouble with UCF. Surprising there. UCF puts up 29 points. It's 31-29 Oklahoma. What the fuck is that all about? So you can see after the Texas game, even though there was a week off, they're still flat. And that's what you got to really guard against. It's the game after the big. So you got the big game. So we had two big games. We had Oklahoma, Texas, Washington, Oregon. The winner is in the next game they played, both of them were flat. Washington 15-7, Oklahoma 31-29. Barely won. Well, they have a 14 defense. Not here they give up 29. That's why you got to be careful. We know what the defense is. But again, it's just an average, and you got to check the type of teams they're playing. But UCF's an over team, so it's not surprising. The over-under on this game, I believe, was 67, which is surprising because you got Oklahoma, who's a 14 defense, and it's a 67. And so they get 31-29. They played a 60. They did not get you over, as they shouldn't have, because with Oklahoma's defense, and then Oklahoma should have scored more than 31. That I was surprised on. But to have a 67 on this game is ridiculous. Because you got a 14 defense. They're not going to just go up and down the field on them. Rutgers comes through against Indiana. Rutgers is our little don't tell anybody, but Rutgers is a pretty good team with a good coach. They can run the ball down your throat, and they got a really good defense. Exactly what we're looking for. Keep the quarterback from throwing passes. Just run. If they would just run the ball the whole game, they'd win every game because the quarterback throws a lot of turnovers. But now we've kind of got wink, wink. We like Rutgers. We like Duke. We like Oak State's playing really well. Missouri. These are the money teams, right? And we're hitting Alabama every week, which is nice, but only because they lost. So we actually had Texas, and now we're like, the only mistake I made is I took Mississippi in 13, and they lost by 14 because they missed a wide open guy in the end zone with 2 minutes left from the 10-yard line, or I get that game. But then I got them against A&M. I got them against Tennessee. I turned the game on. They're 13-0 down. I'm like, am I watching the right? Is it this year's game, or are they showing last year's game? It was insane. They're making Milton look good. And then all of a sudden, Alabama turns the switch. The defense comes alive. They pressure them. The offense starts coming alive. And you're like, well, what was going on in the first quarter? So it should have been 21-0 for what they said. They first and goal twice and kicked field goals. So 7, it's 10-13 instead of 21. It would have been a different game, that's for sure. So anyway, Penn State, Ohio State, both these teams suck. Are you kidding? Did you watch that? Penn State got screwed on that terrible pass interference call. Ohio State shows me nothing. Why? If anybody can answer this, I'll be amazed. Why does Penn State, they're down 20-6, so they need 14 points, 2 touchdowns, two extra points, it's 20-20. Why did they go for 2 at 20-12? And they miss. So now if they score again, they got to hit the 2 to tie. What are you doing? Kick the fucking extra point. You're down 20-13. Oh, wait, but it's an analytics that if you're down 14 and you score, you're supposed to go for 2, even though you only get it maybe 5% of the time. See, that's what the analytics, that's the problem with the analytics. The analytics are bullshit because they tell you to go for 4th down. They tell you to, but they're macroeconomics, which means total picture, not microeconomics. I teach micro. We buy gold. And the problem with the macro look is they're just generally, 52% of teams going for 4th down get it. But they're not doing microeconomics, which would be, well, wait a minute, against Ohio State, against Michigan, against Notre Dame, against Florida State, against Duke, against Georgia, you're not making any of them. So all these 4th downs are being made against Hawaii and North Texas State. So when you're playing an Ohio State or a Penn State, you don't go for 2 and you don't go on 4th down because you don't make it. If they would break that out into Ohio State, how many times you make a 4th down against them? It's probably 0. You got to be an idiot to do it. But if you look at the whole picture and say, well, 52% of the time. No, not against certain teams. I noticed the Lions, Detroit again did it like 3 times yesterday, missed all 3. The coach is so fucking stupid. This is the dumbest coach I've ever seen. It's our own 10-yard line. Let's go for 4th and 3. So Ohio State wins 20-12. Show me that I'm going to lock the Michigan-Ohio State under because it'll probably be 50. I don't know why anybody thinks Ohio State's any good. I don't see – and the quarterback sucks. The running backs are hurt. As I pointed out in the injury list before the game, they have 4 receivers injured and running backs and the whole laundry list. And here's where it comes into play. So, yeah, Harrison, yeah, he's good for getting pass interference calls. But, against Michigan, they're not going to score. They're going to get shut out by Michigan. But Michigan, the game will be 10-3. I mean, that's it. You're not getting points in that game. You didn't get points in this game. It was really should have been take what, 3? It should be 7. This game should have been 17-14 for Ohio State. Should have won, because you take the field goal away from the bullshit interference call, and then you give Penn State that touchdown because he clearly scored. So, not buying this. Penn State's quarterback is horrible. Ohio State is just they got terrible quarterbacks, right? And good defense. Ohio State basically is saying, we're prepared for Michigan. They've been running the ball down our throat the last 2 years. We've changed our defense to stop Michigan running on us. That's it. That's their defense, is to stop the run by Michigan. That's it. That's the way they think. It's just, how do we beat Michigan? We're not losing 3 years in a row to Michigan. That's what they're going to do. So this is going to be a very strong lock under. Please give us 50. That's all I ask. Give me over under the game 50 on Sunday. It's bet on Sunday night. That will be a beautiful under. Michigan's not going to do anything. Michigan's like the Lions. They haven't played anybody. God, I'm getting this shit again. Sorry. So Michigan hasn't played anybody. They played this cupcake Big Ten schedule. Michigan State really was starting a freshman quarterback. He started against Rutgers, and now he comes in here. And so shutting out Michigan State, just another bad team they beat. They go up and down the field. I give Michigan some credit. They seem to be running an Alabama offense or one of the TCU offense, I think, where the receivers are crossing and they're open, and they're running a little bit. They just went up and down the field scoring touchdowns. I thought the over was way too low at 46. I said to myself, Michigan's going to put up at least, I thought 45, or I thought maybe Michigan State would score 7, and then they would. I knew Michigan would get in the 40s. And then, do you like how they got the over? But this isn't fixed. We got BetMGM's a sponsor for college football and pro football. The over-under in the game was 46. The score is 42-0. There's 7 seconds left. Michigan's got the ball at the 5-yard line. Do they take a knee? No. They do a play and they score with 6 seconds left. They'll now go 49-0, which happens to make the game go over because, let's see, that started at 49 and went down to 46. So the betting was betting at under and 49-0. And really, they ran a play and scored a touchdown with 6 seconds left. Really. And that nobody's raising eyebrows to that. That's your second fixed game. What the fuck was that? I mean, that's just bullshit. Clearly, it's a fix. This is why we bet teasers, though. We were laying over 40. Once we hit 42, we had won the under, or we actually played it over. But I don't know. I don't do the scores. There's too many games like I do in pros, but there's no way. I mean, there's no way I was going under. I thought it was because Michigan's been scoring 40-some a game against teams like Indiana, Nebraska, Minnesota. And the Rutgers game was 31-7. I give Rutgers credit, holding them to 31. But that's what I'm seeing. So, yes, that's crazy. So, again, this Michigan-Ohio State game is going to be an under. I don't think Ohio State has an offense. I mean, I am not worried about Ohio State scoring in that game, depending on the line. Now, the game is at Ohio. It was Ohio, Michigan. The odd years, it's at Ohio. The even years, it's at Michigan. So this is at Ohio. They might be a home dog. They might be like Michigan 7, 49, 50. And we immediately go, we can't really fuck around with taking Ohio State because they just stink. But they're showing this really strong defense. We know Michigan, we'll get more out of them when they play Penn State. So we're only 8 games into the year, and we have no idea about Michigan's offense because they haven't played. All they played is high school teams, right? They haven't played a good team yet until Penn State. This is the problem in college in some conferences. Then you go to the Pac-10, and it's like it's insane. Utah beating USC. USC beats Colorado. Oregon beats Colorado. UCLA loses to Utah. They lose to Oregon State. I mean, they get Ohio State coming up. This week's a big game for UCLA. Stanford's our bitch. They beat them 42-7. So I make it too difficult. Just find my bitch, in this case Stanford, and just bet against it every week, which I did, but Colorado didn't want to play. Blows a 29-0 lead to Stanford. See, here's the difference. This is what you read. Colorado 29, Stanford nothing. Stanford wins the game. I'm laying 3.5. Stanford wins the game, right? And I think in overtime. UCLA goes to Stanford. UCLA wins 42-7. So everybody loves Coach Prime. Really? Why? Now, this is a cornerback, and he doesn't know how to coach defense? Really? You played for the Cowboys and the 49ers in Florida State, and you don't know how to coach defense? Are you fucking kidding me? So that's the thing. So let's keep going. So Ohio is the under team in the MAC, and I had them under. It was 52, under 58. They won 2017. Just stick with Ohio, stick with Duke, stick with, this is why I kind of just find the good Iowa State, find the good defensive teams, and just keep pounding them. Baylor, Cincinnati. Baylor's a little confusing because their quarterback's been out. He just came back. Now they're a 30-point offense again. So you got Baylor, Cincinnati. Cincinnati's an E team, over under a 50, and they win 32-29, Baylor. I mean, so you play a 60-point. So you keep a mental note. Baylor's got the quarterback back. They're not a W team. They're more of a 30-point team. Air Force, Navy, 17-6. 2 low-scoring games. Both quarterbacks were out. So Air Force, they know each other. So when Army, Navy, and Air Force play, it just bet it under. Let's see. Memphis, UAB was over against over 61. They made it 66. That got over. Let's see. Oak State, West Virginia, an E team in Oak State, but they've been playing good. I told you they beat Kansas and Kansas State. Watch them. Keep an eye on them. They're much better now. They got Bowman, the new quarterback, in. What do? They go to West Virginia with a 23 defense, and they beat them 48-34. I have them over 48. Can you imagine this is a 48? I said Oak State's gonna get it by themselves, and they did. Oak State puts up 48 in a total of 48. All I needed was 42, which I probably had at halftime. Now, the other game that I thought would go over, which didn't, was Missouri, South Carolina. South Carolina is an over team. They give up 31. Missouri's been hot. Game's at Missouri. Missouri's a B team. They give up 25. They can score. I like Cook. over under a 57. I only need 51. I can't imagine I can't get there. And they win 34-12. South Carolina does not come to play, and it's a 46, and I need a fucking 51. Now, I think what happens is what's really killing the game is all these fourth downs. So let's say South Carolina drives down to the 10-yard line. It's 4th and 3. Instead of kicking the field goal and keeping the momentum, they go for it on 4th down. That's what's killing a lot of these overs, because those are just like fumbling at the 10, right? There's no difference between going for it for the 4th down on 4th and 2 at the 10 and fumbling the ball at the 10. But what it does is it fucks up the overs because you drive all the way down the field, takes time, and then you die at the 10-yard line. Now, the other team's got to go drive 90 yards, which takes time. So if you do that 3 times a game, you fuck the over. But if you would have kicked 3 field goals, we would have got what, 24-20, 34-21 would have been 55, and we win. So, I mean, just kick your field goals. So we're losing points there, and that's the problem. Nebraska 17-9 over Northwestern. Who the fuck knows? Wisconsin actually beats Humpty Dumpty 25-21. Quarterback was out, Mordecai. Illinois is a 28 defense. Wisconsin's an 18, but without, I don't know. Illinois got 21 on them. They were winning the whole game. Wisconsin scored at the end, 25-21. So they played a 46. Over-under was 42. Under 48 would have worked. Without Mordecai, that made sense. But Illinois, see, here's why you didn't play it. Illinois is a 28 defense. So I'm expecting it not to be a very low-scoring game. But I thought Illinois would win. But they were only getting 3.5, so that was a tough line. Had it been 10, I would have taken Illinois because I figure Wisconsin doesn't have the quarterback. Minnesota, Iowa, what a joke that was. So Minnie wins 12-10. Over-under was 30, and they still stayed under. Minnesota's a 27 defense. Now, here's what I say about the matchups. Iowa's a 15 defense. Okay, they held Minnie to 12. Makes sense. But see, Iowa's without the Michigan guy at quarterback, they didn't have a quarterback. They can't score. So even though Minnesota gives up 27 a game, it doesn't matter because they can't. They're not going to be able to take advantage of the weak defense, which is exactly what happened. So Minnie wins 12-10. It's a 22 on a 30 over under. You can't even go over 24. What kind of ridiculous number is that? So anyway, that game stays low. My other MAC winner, Northern Illinois, Eastern Michigan, a 19 defense and a 22 defense. Eastern Michigan's an under team. Northern Illinois doesn't score that much. Over under a 44, go under 50, a 20-13 game. So we know the MAC, they don't score. And when you get these good under teams, you're fine with it. Buffalo and Kent. I love Buffalo. They're laying 6. Kent's the Z team. They really suck this year. I got them even. I got Buffalo even. It's like Rutgers, and I'm going to just bet Buffalo, Rutgers, and Duke. It's crazy. And Buffalo wins 24-6. Kent's a 35 defense. Buffalo's an over team, so I was surprised there was only 24. But Kent doesn't score. And Buffalo's got a 32 defense, so it was beautiful. So that's why I went Buffalo as opposed to worrying about the total. I had the game even with the good quarterback against a terrible Kent team. So Stanford bet against, Kent bet against. Now you understand the ranking of the Z teams and the A teams and the over teams. That makes it easier. Kent's a Z team, bet against Kent. Here comes Buffalo, 24-6. I got them even. I mean, what? Who made that line? My line on the game was Buffalo minus 10, which I thought was still pretty low. I was hoping it would be 10. Oregon, off of a loss, they came on. They came to play. They blew out Washington State. Nick asked me, he wanted Washington State. I talked him off of it. He would have still won They won by 14. I was laying 12 or 13. He would have been getting 24, but I haven't seen our Washington State guy in a while after seeing how good Cameron Ward is. I love these guys that come in and, Washington State look good beating Wisconsin at home, no question, and Oregon State. They go to UCLA, they get killed. They come home to Arizona, they get killed. They go to Oregon, they don't get killed, but they lose by 14. I think they got a late tie. I think it was 38-17, and they got a late touchdown. Again, Oregon with the 15 defense puts up 38. So it should have been 38-17. And we're going to see that with Oregon, Utah. We got two strong defenses. Utah doesn't have much, and in Oregon, they really want to run the ball, and you're not going to run it against Utah. See, USC could pass it against Utah, but I love Utah won the game. I was so proud. And now the coach is like saying with Cam Rising, forget it. He's out for the year. They're not even fucking with this doctor. I would personally sue the doctor to hell. I would get the university's orthopedic to look at him. He's okay. He's playing. Now he could redshirt, but he's already played 6 years. Well, he's been there 6 years. This year's been a waste. Is he going to get drafted high enough? You watch. The doctor will now say his leg's fine after the USC game. What a joke. Alabama, Tennessee, same thing. Tennessee showed me a lot defensively. They were 17 and Alabama 16, but I didn't think they played anybody except for that A&M game. They looked okay. And here, I know Alabama beat A&M, and they're at home, and it's a revenge game. And Saban's 20-2 in revenge games, and he wins 34-20 after being down 13-0. So he wins 34-7, which is what I thought was going to happen. My spread was Alabama 10, was only 8.5. So I'm laying under a field goal. Even when the score was close, I said, well, I got to just win by a field goal, and I win. So that was good. That was your free play. It was also a lock. I just loved them. I saw that game. I saw that spread. I knew it was revenge. That's all I saw. I mean, this took 3 seconds to pick. I checked for injuries. There's no injuries, and that was it. Now, I thought Milton wasn't good. He played pretty good in the game, in the first quarter at least. He seems to run the ball more than pass. He's not a good passer. And so Alabama, so I got the win on the revenge game. We revenged Oklahoma, we revenged Oregon, Washington, and now we revenged Alabama, Tennessee. The next revenge game is Ohio State, Michigan, and we've got Alabama, LSU, Bobby. So take cover, Bobby, on that one because you ain't. So that's what we have. That's why you keep track of the revenge games. But you can only revenge Alabama, Tennessee. You cannot revenge Purdue losing to Northwestern and bet, Purdue is a revenge game. It doesn't work like that. It's got to be a team good enough to do the revenge. So that's what you got to keep your eye on it. Let's see. Toledo, Miami of Ohio. I told you that for the conference championship. A versus A 19 and a 20. Over under a 46. Toledo's favored by 2.5 at Miami, so I take the dog in an A game, in a true A versus A for the championship. Toledo wins 21-17. I win again on that one. Doing pretty well on these these A's, if they're really A's. Syracuse was an A, but they're not an A anymore. So sometimes it's too early to really know the ranking of the team. Based on who they play, they're very good. But then they start playing these teams and they get killed, and you're like, well, maybe they're not an A. An A, I'm expecting this. I'm expecting a close game. You're not going to get blown out. And that's what we got. Toledo 21-17. We got 8.5. That's why we play the dog. Because these games, especially a home dog in a championship game, you're not going to get blown out at home, usually. Now, here's a surprise game. Texas laying 22 to Houston. Houston's an over team. They give up 31 a game. Texas has the 16 defense. I don't like Donovan Smith, Houston's quarterback. I guess Ewing's got injured in the game, and now he's questionable this week. Texas off the Oklahoma loss has to win. They barely win. They win 31-24. There just weren't – the game was at Houston, I think, hurt them. I think it was a big rivalry for Houston, not for Texas, but for Houston, and Houston really played over their heads. They haven't played like this all year. I did circle the over 61, and it just got there because it was a 55. So I would have pushed getting 6, so it would have been over 55 in the teaser. But Texas's defense scared me away from the over, as you can see, and it worked, 31-24. But the line at 22, I can't take Houston in 28. Texas is off of a loss. They've got the good defense. They're probably going to beat them, but I didn't expect this from Houston. Now we kind of check Houston. Hey, not as bad as we think. And that's why we learn as we go. Hawaii, New Mexico, over and over, a 36 defense and a 35 defense. New Mexico's been scoring a lot. Over-under was 60. It was a joke. All I needed was 54. I get 42 from New Mexico, and Hawaii gives me my 21. There's a 63. Over was 60, really 54, so it was an easy over. And that's what I'm looking for. Good offenses playing shit defenses. There's no way they're going to stop. New Mexico puts up 42. Now New Mexico let them go play Utah. They're going to get shut out. So it depends on who they play and the defense. That's the key to it. The defense is the key to picking games. If it's a strong defense, you're playing Utah, you're not scoring a lot normally. USC did score, but not, you're playing Duke, you're not going to score. You're playing Georgia, you're not going to score. I mean, once in a while, but generally, for 10 games, 9 of the games, you're not scoring. So that's how you look at it and why, the method to my madness. UTSA, Florida Atlantic, Frank Harris, 36-10, they win. Over under a 58, they don't get there because Florida Atlantic's got their backup quarterback. So UTSA puts up 36. They're laying 2, so it was an easy win. Florida Atlantic gives up 23. They just don't score. And UTSA, I don't know if they're a 27 defense. When you have your backup quarterback, he throws a lot of interceptions, even pick sixes, and they count against the defense because you're not differentiating. Did the defense allow the points? Was it a punt return? Was it a pick six or a strip fumble? Gave up the points. That's not known. I would love if that was, because that would make it so much easier if I could get to the base defense points as opposed to total points, including pick sixes, So that's what happens. It was good to see Frank Harris back. They look good. I can't explain North Carolina, Virginia. North Carolina loses 31-27. They have a 21 defense. Virginia's got a 32 defense, and North Carolina can't score 32 points on that defense. Then gives up 31. So we get a 50. Again, North Carolina with the 21 defense, maybe I need to tweak that a little bit and kind of make it, well, if it's over 17 or 18 and it's an over team, they're going to probably score. But you can't explain Virginia as a W. They don't score a lot, 31 on a fairly good defense, 21 North Carolina. So very hard to it's just what happens, right? So that's why it's gambling. That's why only Bernie Madoff could pick that, because you couldn't pick that before. A team with no offense and terrible defense against North Carolina, and they win 31-20. There must have been, and normally what happens is there's turnovers, right? The quarterback throws 2 or 3 turnovers, interceptions, maybe they're pick sixes, maybe it's a punt return or fumble. It's normally the only way North Carolina loses is the turnovers. They probably 2 or 3 picks or fumbles, a punt return, and next thing you know, Virginia's got the lead. Then North Carolina has to throw, and then that's how the set happens. So keep your mind. I was going to say something about the fumbles, but all right. Utah State, San Jose State, over and over, 33-32. Over under is 66. It's 42-21. The game goes 63. We win the over on that one. BYU home dog to Texas Tech. Morton did play their quarterback, and BYU wins 27-14. BYU is not bad, especially at home. Texas Tech is not a road favorite team. So that didn't surprise me, but I didn't play it. Duke, Florida State 38-20. We have 56 we're under 56, I feel is a good play. And it's 58, and they had a kickoff return for a touchdown. So you lose because if they just would have kicked it out of bounds or at the end zone or did something else, you're probably going to win it. I'm shocked Florida State got 38 on Duke. Duke's a 10 defense. Florida State's an 18. I'm just shocked at this score. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that you would get 58 in this game, and yet we only lose by 2 points, which is frustrating. Yeah, we lost, but was it a bad play? No. You just lost it. Michigan State, we've talked about 49-0 scoring with 7 seconds left. But we had the over 40, and it was 40 in the third quarter. They got the 42-0, and then they just ran the ball out. Michigan State was totally inept at all. Not a real college team. LSU wins 62-0. I think we called that one. I didn't play it. Army's quarterback, I don't think he played. And basically what you have is just LSU's a good scoring team with no defense, but they played a weak scoring team in Army, so they shut them out. And that's all you're looking at. Clemson, Miami, A versus A. Tease the dog, you win. If Miami's coach didn't have his head up his ass, we would have bet Miami here, but we just had to watch it. And over under 49, I'm under 28-20, 48. So the under works, the dog works. Again, A versus A, take the dog. You don't even think about it. It's an automatic. If both Oklahoma, Texas, both teams are good, both teams are A. Oregon, Washington, both teams are good, both teams are A. Give me the points. You don't try to figure out who's going to win because you can't. You couldn't figure out Oklahoma was going to beat Texas. You certainly couldn't figure out Washington's going to beat Oregon. But you have the points, and that's the key. I got 8-9 points. They're not going to lose by 9. Adrian Carter, go Florida State, 38-10, win. Okay, what's the point of this, Adrian? Okay, I'm happy for you. You won, but I don't get what are you doing? Utah USC. I called the upset because of the defense in the running, and Utah actually was able to throw the ball. USC's got such a terrible defense. So Utah wins 34-32. I go under 61, and the game goes 66. I don't know where the points came from for Utah. I thought they were going to win 2017 after watching the Notre Dame one. But Utah's still in the running. They had the 12 defense. So it shows you know, USC didn't score on Notre Dame, did score on Utah's defense, which is a little surprising. So you got to be careful just because it's a 12, they can still score on it. You're looking for under and under. Like if they played Iowa and Utah, it wouldn't even hit 20. But against the good Oregon, Washington, then they're going to score on it. Let's see. UCLA, Stanford. Stanford's our bitch. They were a Z, put up 40 points in Colorado, go to an over, and now really they're a Z, 42-7. And then the last game, Washington, after an emotional win, was going to be flat, which I said, and they are laying 26, and they win 15-7. What the fuck? I saw the score at halftime. It was like 3-0. I'm like, you've got to be kidding. I mean, Arizona State's got 28 defense, and they were able to score 15 on it. So that's what the emotion does. You get all jacked up for the big game. Texas couldn't get up. Oklahoma couldn't get up. Oregon got up because they lost, and then Washington couldn't get up. So the winners, Washington and Oklahoma, even though they were at home, could not get back. They were flat from the week before. All right, so let's go to this week. So the overs pretty much won. The A versus A. We go tease the dog on that. We're still learning about the over under. So a good over team played like USC Utah. What do you do with it? Do you go over? Do you go under? Do you say, I don't care, they're not going to stop USC? Or is Utah defense going to shut them down? Clemson, Florida State. We'd have thought Duke, Florida State. We'd have thought Duke would have held them down, but they got 38, 7 on a kickoff return. So you're really trying to figure out what to do in those games. The other thing you're trying to figure out, the biggest where it's an art, and I tell you it's an art, not a science, is the science part is the math part. Oh, they give up 30 points a game. They scored 28. Okay, they're an over team. That's the math part. The art part comes in to say, are they really an over team? Well, wait a minute. They played, Notre Dame High School 63-0. Well, wait, that doesn't count because that was a high school game. Or in Nevada's case, they lost to USC 63-7. We got to throw that out. We probably shouldn't, but we're going to throw it out because in conference, unless they play a very explosive team in their league, and just say, well, Nevada, let's take that game out. Let's take the high school game out. Now let's see where they're at. That's the art of it. And the feel of the game is the art of it. So that's what you're trying to do. Is the art of it. So that's the art of it, is feeling the game going like the Ohio State Penn State game, feeling it. Is it really going to be that low scoring? We know Ohio State always wins the game. They win it again. It was low scoring. Where did Penn State's offense go? People saying how good the quarterback is. He sucked. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't pass the ball. Defense was good. Ohio State's defense was good. Ohio State's offense sucked. So Ohio State plays Notre Dame 17-14, and now they play Penn State 20-12. Really? Just pathetic quarterbacking. They're never going to beat Michigan. But that's what so I felt the Michigan over. It was too low. It was 46. All I needed was 40 points. Now Michigan scores 45, 50 a game. So it wasn't really that difficult to say, well, they're going to go over 40. Now, they did it by themselves, but that's what they've been doing, and they did it by themselves. We get a 49-0, and it gets you over the 40 was in third quarter. And that's a feel part of the game. That's the art of it, right? Is you're looking at it, it doesn't make sense. The line's off, the over-under's off, something's off, doesn't make sense. So I'm going to go I'm going to bet with my brain in this one, right? I'm going to go, doesn't make sense. There's a few games like that. The Buffalo Kent State game. I get the line at 10, it's 6, really? So I can take Buffalo even? Kent's never going to win that game. Buffalo's got a good quarterback, good offense. Kent stinks. There's no problem. And you know what? I beat him 24-6. Again, that's the art part out of it. It's kind of Z team, yes. Buffalo, we can see their offense. It was like the Rutgers-Michigan State lock 2 weeks ago. I got Rutgers even at home against Michigan State, who's not very good. Got it. Now, Michigan State changes quarterbacks, which fooled Rutgers. You can only do it once. And then when Michigan saw them, they shut them out. But basically, that's what you're looking at is that process. So you're going, yeah, Rutgers even. It was a lot, and they won. I mean, it took a lot, but they won. So that's really my strength. It's just that feel part of it. So when I pick, part of my pick is their over teams or A teams or Z teams, and then part of the pick's the feel. Something doesn't look right. I've been doing this way too long. So let's go, we're going to go that route. I read the message. When I get this error, it's because of an app trying to log in or something. So I got to kill it. All right, so let's go to this week as soon as I get my page back. Come on, close the fuck. All right, so we start Tuesday. New Mexico State, Tech, Liberty, Western Kentucky. Okay, I'm back. So New Mexico State's an over team. Well, no, they're actually a B team because they do have a 21 defense. Now, what happened in the UMass game, that's week one. That's the problem. So you got to be careful week one, week two. Now you have a good feel of the team. Pavia looks good. Tech's an over team, gives up 28. The line here is Tech by 2.5 and 51. This looks like a strong over based on Tech. Let's see what the quarterback is looking like, but their defense sucks. So New Mexico State should win this game, but it's Tuesday, so maybe they don't win it, but it should be high scoring. So our first thought, our first blush through this weekend is, yeah, it could be an over. I like New Mexico State's quarterback. Their defense is a 21. Tech could score. So let's see. So what I'll do is I'll go into Tech and I'll look. I won't do it right now. I'll look at Tech and look at what they're doing. Who are they scoring on? Usually the last 3 games. If they have switched quarterbacks, you're going to pick that up and go from there. We got Liberty, the A team, but they don't play like an A team against Western Kentucky, who is a over team. Liberty gives up 20. Western Kentucky gives up 28. The spread's 4. So Liberty's minus 461. It's hard to go over the 61 with a 20 defense, right? You want 2 big defenses. Anyway, so I'm not going to get into each game, and it'll be Tuesday night soon. Jackson State, Florida International. We got a B against the W. Florida International is the W. UTEP, Sam Houston State. UTEP's the Z team, giving up 26. Sam Houston looks like a W, gives up 26 also. Sam Houston's laying the 3 at Sam Houston. Syracuse v Tech. We got V Tech minus 347. We got basically Syracuse gives up 22 and scores a lot. V Tech gives up 24. It's at V Tech. So we're kind of seeing what's going on, and probably an over because the defenses aren't that low to keep the game low scoring. However, it comes down to the coach, 4th and 2 at the 12 instead of kicking the field goal, or 4th and 8 at the 15, and they go for it. You're like, Jesus Christ. That's the problem. Kick the field goal, kick off, maybe you get a kickoff return, all that stuff. So that's what you're really looking for. Colorado or Georgia State, Georgia Southern, pretty even game here. 23 defense, 24 defense. Georgia Southern is a 3-point favorite, 62, and the game's at home. It looks like it's a dog game. This is kind of a rivalry. They're both pretty good teams. 62, you've got a 23-24 defense, so you really don't have it. All right, let's get to the bigger games. I don't want to go through every game right now. Florida State, Wake Forest. Florida State lane 20 at Wake, over under 53. Both teams have good defenses, a 19 and 22. So I would say Wake's pretty good by this point. We play around week 9, I think. Okay, the high school game's out, and so I think you go from there. The fuck? Well, I think I'm getting a. Well, I hate touching this during play, then I'll lose it. I think after class. I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting this error. But anyway. So Florida State, Wake. Florida State lane 20. Hey, just played Duke. Big game for them. They give up 19 to 22. Travis looks good. Wake's an under team. It's a big number, 20, after the Duke game on the road at Wake. Wake's not very good. Over under a 53. Two defensive teams. Are you going to get there? But Florida State, we know, can score. Over team versus over team. UConn, Boston College, only a 52. Both teams giving up 30. UConn doesn't score that much as BC. BC is an over team. Will this get to – we only need 46 with it, with two 30-point defenses. So this looks like you could get an over on it. I don't know if you need UConn to score for you. BC might get you the 46. Oklahoma, Kansas. We know Oklahoma, the A team, gives up 16. Kansas is now an over, gives up 27. The total on this is 66. You've got Oklahoma lane 10 at Kansas. These are the bets that get you into trouble. Should I play? I like Kansas in 16. Do I want to fuck with Oklahoma? That's the problem. So then I tend to go, well, let's go over 60, and you hope you get scoring. So this is the problem. You're probably much better off, playing Penn State, Indiana, because Indiana's a Z team. Penn State off of a loss, they should kill them. It may or may not happen, but it's a much better bet taking Penn State, although they're laying 30 in this game. Jesus Christ. So they're off of a loss. I had a minus 17. They're minus 30. That's a big, they're going to be mad. They lost to Ohio State. They must win. They got Michigan coming up, I think, after this. So we will see. But Penn State's a 10 defense. Their defense didn't let them down. Indiana gives up 30. So, Penn State should blow them out, but now you're dealing with the 30-point spread. Then it leaves you 44. Do I go over 38? Well, Indiana's probably not going to score for me. So now I get in. Can I get enough points from Penn State? Not the way they looked last week. You can't. Let's see. West Virginia, UCF. The game's at UCF. UCF lit up Oklahoma pretty good. This time they're at home. Lane 6, over under a 60. They got a 28 defense. West Virginia's got a 26 defense. So they've both been scoring. Maybe you go to over 54 versus UCF even. I mean, West Virginia's not – they're playing better, so it becomes, what do you want to do with it? So that's really where it gets hard. Do you trust UCF? It's in conference. West Virginia's not bad. I want to bet against the Z team where I'm playing points or I'm looking for the live dogs. Clemson, NC State. Clemson's laying 10. They got a 21 defense. NC State's got a 24 defense. Over under a 44. So I would look at the over. I would look at Clemson's scoring, but yet against Miami last week. So I look at the Miami game, and it's 28-20 is a 48 in the Miami game. Now you've got them, and it's a 44. We need to check NC State's scoring, right? Can they score on Clemson? If I can get 14 on them, I'm going to get 21, more than that on by Clemson, gives me a 35. So can I get – all I need is a 38 in this game. So this is one of those field games. Wait a minute, this is a low number. We know Clemson's got a fairly good defense, as does NC State, but, is it too low? Like the Iowa game was 30. Was it too low? No, it wasn't. It only got to 22. So that's the amazing part is really to understand the team. Virginia, Miami. Virginia just beat North Carolina. Miami just beat Clemson. Miami's laying 18-49. Miami with a good defense and Van Dyke. Virginia's gives up 31, but got the win over North Carolina. Now, did they shoot their wad and say we won and now that's it? Or, hey, we're pretty good and now they got Miami. We know Miami with the worst coach in the history of life. So it's really hard to it's going to take me a while to get this thing out of my – and I didn't lose the money line. I just was disgusted with the call. It really didn't affect me at all, but I was just – who the fuck makes that call? Well, with Van Dyke over 41 maybe, if Virginia's going to get me points. Hey, Todd. Van Dyke is out. Well, that helps. We got to see who the backup is. What happened to him? Is it serious or just ankle or something? I mean, this sucks. You got Rising out the whole fucking year because the doctor doesn't want him to play. I've never heard of anything so ridiculous in my life. That we're waiting on the doctor who says he's fine but won't let him play the whole fucking year. If I'm Rising, I am suing this doctor. If I'm Utah, I am suing this doctor for $1 billion because he's fucking up this, with Rising, Utah's not losing. They wouldn't have lost to Oregon State. They've already beat USC and UCLA without Rising. So it's fucking it up. It's fucking up my picks. Michigan State at Minnesota. Really? Minnesota under team. They did get the win against Iowa, so maybe although they can't score. Michigan State's terrible, gives up 28. Over under a 40. Jesus Christ. How do you make this 40? But Michigan State with the backup quarterback, the freshman. What do you know? He's played 2 weeks. He looked good against Rutgers. Didn't do anything last week. Now, you can't count on that to be the same. They're not playing Michigan this week. They're playing Minnesota. This is the biggest hindrance by these guys is they don't get. See, they look at like the Lions. They lose to Seattle, then they go beat Carolina, and they go beat Green Bay, and people think they're good, but they don't look at who they beat. So they're not breaking down. Wait a minute, they beat a terrible Carolina. They're not looking at that. They're just saying at the not breaking it down and going to the next layer was who did they beat? So when you look at Michigan State against Michigan, okay, but now it's Minnesota, and the week before was Rutgers. So that's what you're looking at. They're not playing Michigan this week. They're playing Minnesota, who got a big win against Iowa. There's some Floyd of Rosedale trophy, some pig. And Minnesota's defense, Michigan State. I mean, who knows with the new quarterback? So it's a good game to watch. But 40 over under a 40, I think you got to go over 34 there. Jesus. Miami of Ohio. Now this actually makes sense. Ohio's the under team with a 14 defense. Miami of Ohio is the 18 with the 19 defense. This will be a low-scoring game, but here you get a 40. So look at the difference in totals. The Michigan State Minnesota 40 versus the Miami of Ohio 40. I would go under Miami of Ohio under 46. I won't do that with Michigan State Minnesota. I think that's almost an over 34. That's where the feel comes in going, that line's too low. But when I look at the Miami of Ohio, I go, that line's about right for them. Georgia, 15-49 to Florida. Interesting. Georgia, as we know, is the best team, best defense. Brock Bowers is out. They've had some running back injuries, but they had the bye last week. Hopefully they got some players back. Florida, just no offense. They got a 20 defense. So you got a 14 defense and a 20 defense. Obviously, I'll play this game under because it's Georgia, and I play every game under pretty much. This situation, you don't really have – you got a good enough defense with Florida that should hold them a little bit. This is like the Auburn game. It was 27-20. It was a 47. We had it under. This reminds me a lot of that. Florida with a fairly good defense. Georgia, they're not going to score too much on Georgia. So 23-3 would not surprise me. 23-7 maybe. They'll just shut them down. It's a big rivalry game. There'll be the fake field goals and the fake punts and everything else. So I like this under. Iowa State, Baylor's a good one. Iowa State's an under. Baylor is a W. Well, Baylor's an over now. So Iowa State laying 1. I think by the end of the week, Baylor's going to be a 2 or 3 point favorite would be my guess. I like Baylor as the dog in this game, as long as Chapin didn't get hurt. So as long as he's getting healthy, I like Baylor getting the points. Iowa State's defense hasn't been the same. Iowa State's quarterback is throwing either pick sixes or touchdown passes, but it's not what Iowa State wants. They want to run the ball. So I like Baylor here as a home dog, I think, as long as the quarterback's healthy. Greg or John. Hey, Greg or John. Well, thank you, Greg or John. That's nice of you. Detroit, do you think Detroit will win their division? I assume we're talking football. Well, I think they won't win it, but the other teams will lose it. The Bears have a guy from the grocery store as quarterback, and they look a lot better. Green Bay's quarterback is not even a good high school quarterback, and Minnesota's quarterback is not a good high school quarterback. Kirk Cousins he was not good at Michigan State. He's not good here, and without Jefferson. So what you have is 4 really bad teams. Detroit is the best of the 4, so I think Detroit wins the division because of only one reason. The schedule is so bad. They got to play the Bears twice, Mini twice, and Green Bay once. So do they beat the Bears twice? I don't know now. This grocery store kid might be the tonic they need to get rid of Fields. They bring in this guy, and he lights it up. Beat a weak Washington team. I don't think Detroit's any good, but I think – so let's say they split with the Bears. They split with the Vikings. They beat Green Bay at home. That's 3 wins. And they got Oakland coming up. The schedule is so weak that they should win they should win, the 12 games. And I don't see the other teams out, can't do that. So I think they win the division. Yeah. I just think that it's such a weak in baseball where the Tigers are, it's such a weak division. It's just there's such bad things. So I think they do win. If you are you planning on betting who's going to win the division? Yeah, I think they. As long as Goff's healthy, I think they win the division. You know who looks like shit is this Williams guy from Alabama. He's the worst receiver I've ever seen. He will not make a catch. He's scared to get hurt. He's scared to make the catch. He's not. You watch these others. You watch Jefferson and Chase, and then you watch this guy, and you're like, this guy's terrible. What a waste of a first round pick again by the Lions. They did it with the running back this year. This Gibbs, total waste. I say that because they could have had the guy from Georgia in the 7th round, who's better than this guy. So it's a wasted pick. You could have had the Georgia defensive tackle. That's the problem, and your defense sucks against any decent Riddler and Love and Young are not even pro quarterbacks. So by beating them doesn't mean anything. But when you get up against real pro quarterbacks, Geno Smith and Lamar, who aren't the elite quarterbacks yet, they kill you. And then Mahomes, you caught it without Kelsey, without the defensive end, and 10 drops in the game. But the guys were wide open. So that was a fluke. You beat KC. Don't get all like, oh, yeah, like you really beat a good KC team with Kelsey and Neil Smith or whatever. So, yeah, I do think that they win the division. But as you can see, as soon as they play one decent team in the playoffs, they're all done. They couldn't handle the Rams, Seattle, the Frisco, Philly, Dallas. Let's go around the league. So they couldn't beat any of those 5. There'll be nobody in the NFC North in it, and then it's the NFC South. Well, that they're as pathetic as that. So you really have 2 divisions, and so they're going to be the wild cards, right? Seattle and Dallas. The rest of the league, it's terrible. This is the problem when you go after money. You go after money, so then you start paying the players too much, so they don't give a fuck. And your GM is such an idiot, they don't know how to draft. Then you have no good offensive or defense coordinators because they're all catering to, let's have a running quarterback like Lamar Jackson. Look how good he is, and he sucks. And that's the problem with the league. You're not doing the drop back passers, throwing to the good receivers. So the league sucks, the coaches suck, and your product is terrible. This is the worst I've seen football. I've been watching since 64, 65 when I was young enough. I was born in 59. So by the time I was 5, I was probably watching 64, watching Joe Namath, I think. I can't really remember that, but this is the worst the league's ever. I mean, you can't hit the guy, so put him in dresses, and these penalties are so bad. The quarterback goes down. It's, there's too many personal fouls, roughing the passer. That needs to go away. Got my chair. What the fuck? These are the cheapest chairs. Don't ever buy from, look at this. It's getting crooked. 3 down, 1 to go. So I got to go throw out these chairs. I called Gardner White, said, the chairs are falling apart. I'm just sitting on them. And they're like, sorry, there's nothing we can do. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll go to or somewhere and go buy 4 chairs and throw these out because these chairs are useless. I'm sitting there falling down on the chair. Okay, let me get a water. Okay. So it's the worst league, which makes the picking extremely difficult because, like the Rams, Pittsburgh, how does the Rams lose to Pittsburgh? I mean, that should never happen. So that's what you're running into is a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit games that you can't predict. Cooper Kupp's back, Stafford's back here, and Donald, you're going to lose to Pickett. That's the part that is like really hard to understand. College, I think, is getting easier now that I've pretty much digested their stats. Pros, I got off of Green Bay. I got off of Indy. I'm betting Miami over. So most of them I'm figuring out. I'm not really getting too fooled on that. All right, let's go. Texas 16 over BYU and 50. BYU not bad, but the game's at Texas. Look for them to bounce back after playing like shit. So now they lost Oklahoma and they shit the bed to who did they play last week? They shit the bed to Houston. Houston's not a very good. They're kind of explosive, but so I look for them to play good against BYU. They're at home, and then the line's more reasonable. 16, we can go down to 10. They should be able to cover 10 at home after playing so bad. But we got to watch the quarterbacks hurt. Game of the week, Oregon on Utah. Oregon, 5.5, 50. Oregon's a 17 defense, Utah a 15 defense. Utah's been distracted with Rising. So they're now like, okay, fuck it. They're just working on the backup quarterback, Barnes, who played pretty good. And they're just running the ball down their throat. Look for the defense. I think this is a very strong defensive game. Even though Oregon's in it, I don't think they're going to put up a 60 points on Utah like we got last week. I think this will be in the four. I think this will be 24-21 or something. Now the question is, do you take Utah on 11.5, or you go under 56, or maybe you go over 44? But with these defenses, it's going to be hard to go over. But you do have that Oregon offense to fuck around with. Looks like it's a 3:30 game. So I kind of do. I want Utah on 11.5. Probably at home, yes, because again, Oregon on the road is not Oregon at home. It's a different animal, and Utah at home is very strong. And they just beat SC and handled SC's offense. So I think Oregon 11.5. I think this will be a 3-point game, like 27-24, somewhere around that area. Duke and Louisville, 2A teams. This game's at Louisville, 4.5, 48. Duke, we know, has got a 14 defense now. Louisville with a 20. This is why we update the stats. Duke was an 8, and then they played Notre Dame. They beat Notre Dame and Clemson. I think Duke's very live here. With or without Riley Leonard, but if he played last week, I would assume he's playing. And you get 10.5. Louisville beat Notre Dame, who has a good defense also. So we got to really, what happened with Notre Dame? I think Duke's a better team than Notre Dame, even though they did lose to them, but it was on the last play of the game, so Duke had them beat. Duke's much better at home. Most teams are. This will be an interesting game. I think Duke in 10.5, 8, both 8 teams probably in there. Duke's very good this year. Notre Dame, Pitt. Notre Dame 17-45. Pitt's starting to play better. Notre Dame is not using Hartman right. Their offensive coordinator sucks. Their head coach sucks. You've got Hartman on your team. You shouldn't have lost any games. You should have put up 40 points on Ohio State. You've got Hartman. What are you doing? So I would have got the Wake Forest offensive coordinator and hired him and said, run the Wake Forest. That's what Oklahoma did with Gabriel from UCF. They're running the UCF offense that Gabriel ran with the Clemson defense. So they're finally doing what the Jets are trying to do, run the Packer offense with the Niner defense. Let's see. USC plays Cal. USC's 10 and over under is 66. This is over team versus over team. Both have great offenses. Neither have a defense. I would highly suggest getting this. I'm going to give this as the free play because I just feel it. Bet this over now. It'll be 70 by. This will be 70 by Saturday. Because people are not into this week yet. Monday Night Football. They're not even looking. Once they look and they see this, they're going over. Get it in now. Over 66 is only over 60, which is a joke. Cal's lighting it up. We know USC couldn't stop a high school team defensively. So get this in, free play, over 60. USC, Cal over. Cal is just as strong offensively as USC. They went to a third-string quarterback who looks very strong. Tulane and Rice, very good. We know how good Tulane is, but it's at Rice. Rice is an over team, gives up 27. Tulane gives up 19, but we know with Bren, they score a lot. This over-under is 54. This is probably another good over. Rice will score on them. Tulane will light it up. So this is also looks like a good over game. Let's see. Washington, Stanford. Who's our bitch? And our bitch is Stanford. We've got Washington, lane 26. Beat Oregon, played like shit against Arizona State. Now they go to Stanford. They got to play, but they're like embarrassed. Okay, we beat Oregon on a fluke. Oregon's coach keeps going for fourth downs instead of getting points, and we won a miracle. They're flat against Arizona State, but I don't see them flat against Stanford. Stanford's like, oh, good. It's like, oh, we get the Detroit Lions. Stanford is a 37 defense. Penix will have a field day, provided he's healthy, which I don't know. So take Washington, lay the 20. Yeah, that's a good one. Tennessee, Kentucky, A versus B. Kentucky isn't scoring as much. 20 defense against 24. We saw Tennessee's defense look pretty strong most of the game against Alabama. Again, it's Alabama. They got a strip sack fumble for a touchdown, which I like because it was 27-20, and then it was 34, and I'm laying 2.5. I'm like, okay, the game's over. So this game should be interesting. I don't know. I think it's an under. I gotta study Kentucky more. Now we see how strong Tennessee's defense is. Kentucky's not going to get a lot of points here, and Kentucky's got a pretty strong defense also. So this is a good game. Air Force, Colorado State. Air Force quarterback's out. What do? Let's check the backup. Let's check the box score. Colorado State isn't scoring as much as they were. I think they're having quarterback issues, so we'll have to study that. But even so, Air Force's defense is so strong, and Colorado State gives up 34. Here's almost an Air Force play if the backup quarterback's any good. Ohio State, Wisconsin. Ohio State lays 14-45. They're a 10 defense. Wisconsin's an 18 defense. And Michigan's is like a 7 defense. The Big Ten's got 6 really strong defense. Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, and Rutgers. They got 6 just killer defenses. And the thing is, they score on these Division II teams and these MAC teams. So you think, oh, look at their offenses, and that's what skews you in the Ohio State Penn State game. Oh, this should be high scoring, but then you sit there and you go, where's the point? And then you realize, oh wait, Ohio State did that against Miami of Ohio, and Penn State's beating Buffalo up and West Virginia, and they beat Iowa 31-0. It's like, and they did it at home, and that's what I said. Ohio State always beats Penn State. The Michigan-Penn State game depends on where it's at. The home team wins, and then you got Michigan-Ohio State, where it's been Ohio State for 25 years, and then finally Michigan's won the last 2. But it's going to be hard for them this year because Ohio State changed their defense to stop Michigan's running. Michigan's not going to be able to run. It's going to be up to McCarthy, and he's not a very good quarterback. So I was watching that game, and I heard they say he's the best quarterback in the country. He's as good as Penix and Bo Nix and Caleb Williams, and I almost fell off my chair like, is this guy high or what's wrong with this guy? Now, the key is Mordecai is out. The SMU quarterback who's quarterbacking Wisconsin. You have Ohio State with no offense. How they scored 63 points on Western Kentucky? Are you kidding? Wow. Well, they played a very low-scoring game with Notre Dame. They played a very low-score game against Penn State. They're at Wisconsin. This should be like first team to 10 wins. This will be very low scoring. All right. Curious. I don't think Wisconsin, if they can't do anything with Mordecai, what are they going to do with the backup? Good game here. Colorado, Mr. Primetime against UCLA with the freshman quarterback and the killer defense. UCLA's got a 15 defense. And to say that, Utah's got a 15 defense. And they played Utah 14-7. And that's because the kid throws a pick 6 on the first play of the game. Otherwise, it's a 7-7 game. UCLA didn't do anything on Utah. That's why I'm not sure Oregon's going to. We know Prime. Their defense is horrible. They lost a 29-0 lead to Stanford, who just lost to UCLA 42-7. What's wrong with this picture? So we got UCLA's an A team with a 15 defense, Colorado an over team with a 36 defense that can't stop a high school team. Over under is 63. Yeah, that's probably very reachable. Let's think of a score. UCLA is going to score. Colorado will get some points. Is this going to be like Sam? Always like, is this going to be like the Oregon game where it was 42-7 Oregon? I think you're going to get pretty close to that here. UCLA's quarterback's going to give them all sorts. He's a good passer, better runner. You know, Chip Kelly's going to have an offense that Colorado won't know what to do with. UCLA's defense. I think UCLA is the play here. I think they win by 25 or 30 points. I'm not sure how much Colorado's going to score in this game. When you get into the better defenses, Colorado doesn't have, look at them against Oregon. They struggled with Arizona State and, obviously the Oregon game. So this will be curious. They have USC put up 48. That makes sense. Scoring 42 on USC doesn't mean anything because they have a high school defense. So I think UCLA, it could be 37-0 to 10. I don't know. Colorado might. This defense is so tough. The defense will shut them down, and Colorado can't do shit on defense. North Carolina, Georgia Tech. North Carolina is an A team. Georgia Tech's an over team. North Carolina laying 11.63. They're a 22 defense. Georgia Tech's a 30 defense. North Carolina should score, but it's at Georgia Tech. They did beat Miami, even the way they beat them. So let's say the guy takes the knee. They still played them 20-17. I think Georgia Tech's a live dog here at home. Even with this weak defense, North Carolina just fucking lost to Georgia, or North Carolina just lost to Virginia. And that's a problem. When you lose to the worst team in the league, how are you going to beat Georgia Tech? So Georgia Tech does have some good wins. They did beat Miami. They did lose to Bowling Green. Go figure that out. What was last week? Georgia Tech lost to BC 38-23. So they got a 71. No, 61. So let's see what's the total here. 63. Yeah, this should go over. Carolina doesn't have the defense. They should score on them, and then Georgia Tech can score. So this might be better off to take the over. Cincinnati against Oak State. Now Oak State's a 7-point favorite. I like playing over under a 56. Are you kidding? Over. This could be a lock. I mean, that's an awful low. See, here's where Vegas. This is where we beat Vegas. Just like when Van Dyke and Rising came in, and they were still in the 40s, and like Miami was 45 on their own with Van Dyke, and now you see Oak State starting to score. So they put up. They played a 30-something. It was like 39-31 to Kansas State, and then same thing with Kansas. It was a 70-point game. And then we look last week against a good West Virginia team. It's 48-34 to a good West Virginia defense. West Virginia's defense is a 23. Here you got them against Cincinnati with the 26 defense, and it's only a 56. I'm sorry. This is the field play. As I said, there's the science, and then there's the art. This is an art play here. So when I tell people, I get a lot of customers, and they go, "You pick the game. Are you feeling the game?" Because they know if I'm feeling the game, it almost always wins. I don't lose field plays very often. This is a field play. You got 26 defenses. You got Oak State, who's got their nucleus Bowman, and they're lighting it up. Kansas State, we know, is good. West Virginia's strong at West Virginia, and we know Kansas has been playing well. So this is a joke. Cincinnati, I think they played Oklahoma or Texas last week. Cincinnati, Oklahoma, no. Who did Cincinnati play last week? They played Baylor 32-29. So it's the exact same game. Yeah, look for a 70-point game here, and you're only laying 50. Yeah, let's not wait too long to get this bet in, right? Washington State 7 over Arizona State. Washington State's a 30 defense. Arizona State's a 26 defense. They've been having quarterback problems with injuries. Obviously, they played Washington 15-7. I don't know. I can't explain that. How can you explain at Washington? At Arizona, I could explain the desert. I can't explain that. So I don't know what to do with Arizona State. Washington State's been dumping the bed. With the they as soon as the guy said how good Cameron Ward was, I think they've lost every game. They got killed at UCLA. They got killed the last couple of games. Oregon just killed them. At Arizona State, Washington State's 7-point favorites. I'd say you could take them as the dog. They're not a bad team. hard to go over with it, even though it's a 51, because Arizona State, just you don't know what you're going to get from them score-wise. Let's see. Oregon State, Arizona. Oregon State's 3-point favorites. These now, look at the difference. Cincinnati Oak State, you've got overs 26s, and the total is 56. Both teams give up 26. Here you got two A teams. They both give up 20, and yet your total is 56. How can the total be the same when I got two weak defenses in Cincinnati Oak State, and Oak State's starting to really pound it? And then you've got Oregon State, Arizona, and this is a 56. I really like Arizona here, I think. They had SC 28 all. They killed Washington State. They're playing good. They have a very strong defense lately. And their backup quarterback isn't, I think they're a very live dog here. 56. Oregon State scores. So I think over 50 is probably good, but you got to be careful with Arizona's defense. But Arizona's offense is scoring, so you probably get over 50, or you probably take the dog there. And probably a really good play here. The last but not least, San Jose State, Hawaii. San Jose State's the over team. Cordero, good quarterback. Hawaii, good over team. You got a 31 defense and a 36 defense. San Jose State's -8. Over under only 61. Wow. Jesus Christ, I could have lock number 2, and I've been looking at this for 10 minutes. I got to check injuries. Otherwise, this is a joke. The Oklahoma State over is a joke. Washington Stanford's a joke, and USC Cal's a joke. I mean, that's 4 jokes. And then we still got to go back and revisit some of these other games, but wow. Duke, Louisville, Oregon, Utah. We probably like Utah at home. Texas got to bounce back. Washington's got to bounce back. Washington's got Stanford. Ohio State, Wisconsin, UCLA, Colorado. Man, see, this is the problem. And I'll pick 12 games and I'll pick 9 right. And then the 3 losers, I got to be careful. Now, don't kid yourself. I'm going to have 3 losers. It's just impossible to go 12-0. Although I've done it many times, it's extremely hard into the current situation. Texas quarterback out, shoulder injury. So is Manning Jr. going to quarterback? Amazing, TK. So thank you, Greg and John. When you do it as long as me, see, the key is, though, not only am I really familiar with this, I figured out how to really pick it. I've got 40 years experience doing it, and I'm an INFJ, which means I'm half psychic, and I get a feel for things. So I can look at something. I look at this Cincinnati Oak State game, and I'm probably figuring a 70-point game, and I look at a 56 total, and my gut just does handstands going, this is a joke. 56 in Oak State's, the way Oak State's playing. So Oak State sucks in the beginning. They switch quarterbacks. Then they beat Kansas State like 39-31 on a Thursday night. And you kind of go, huh. Then they play Kansas. And it's the same thing, a 70-point game with Kansas, who's been lighting it up. And you're going, huh. Now they go to West Virginia and they put 48 up on them. Now you're going, that's 3 in a row. The quarterback's good. Now you do the last check. So before anything's a bet, we then check the injuries and verify. You're telling me Texas quarterback's out. Is Riley Leonard for Duke playing? Maybe I want to play them under. What's going on in Washington? Is Penix hurt? Is Oak State Cincinnati's quarterbacks okay? USC Cal. I didn't see Caleb Williams get hurt, but I didn't watch the game. I just watched the highlights. Cal, They're on their third string quarterback. This guy's freaking. He should be all Pac-10. So it's funny how bad the coaches are. They have Rising sitting on the bench. They get some injuries. They throw Rising in, and he lights it up. And you're like, how did you not know you had Rising? Or Van Dyke is the same way. I remember that. Miami's losing with the Eric King, and they play Michigan State. Michigan State beats them. They lose to App State, and they look terrible. And then all of a sudden, here comes Van Dyke, and they go from losing games 20-10 to putting up 45 points, and you're like, how did you not know about Van Dyke? This is the problem with these coaches. Send Jen a picture. That's Cheta, the Ukrainian. I was so happy I heard from Daria today. She talked to me on Sunday, and then I didn't hear from her. Friday I heard I'm working late. I'll be home. I'll text you. She never did. I don't hear from her Saturday or Sunday, and then I finally hear from her this morning, and I could have killed her. I says, don't ever do that to me again, because she's in Russia. Who knows what's going on in Russia, right? She could be in jail. She could be in the hospital. Who the hell knows? And she says she's her blood pressure was high, and then she had to go to work. They were saying, if you don't come to work, we're going to fire you. So she goes to work. Hyperinflation going on there. So I am asking her when we can we buy gold? Can we buy the gold back ruble when it comes out? So that I'm waiting to see if I can. We'll go get gold back rubles. We'll be the only ones because they won't sell them here. So we can walk around with gold back currency and have fun with it. So just to answer your question, Greg, so it's all feel, right? And that's, I can spot something, and like last week, well, like the Michigan game, I knew the teams. And then when I saw 46, I go, that's too low. So I went over 40, which I very rarely would go over on a 46. I'd probably go under 52. Like if Georgia's a 46, I don't think of going over. I go under. But I could feel it, and I won with it. I had the feeling with Buffalo yesterday, and I couldn't believe the score I was watching. Like, how bad is this Buffalo coach? Like, what is this guy is as bad as the rest of the league? I mean, the NFL is just such a bad league right now. But that's what you're looking at. And that's where you get the feel. So I do enough studying that I can just sense something doesn't make sense here. And so now you go and you check the injuries, and if everything's okay, now the USC, I'll bet it right now. I'm not going to wait. Same thing with Oak State, Hawaii. As long as there's no way, but you got to check for the injuries first. Okay. So we got Georgia, Florida. We got Miami of Ohio. Virginia, Miami. So there's a lot of good games. Jesus Christ, I'm getting this error again. So that's what you're looking at. The more I study the teams, I'm able to spit out the quarterback because I'm looking at quarterback stats. So I know who the quarterback is on most of these teams, not all of them. And then I'm looking. So if I see Penix was 18 touchdowns and 3 picks. So I kind of have a good idea. It's 18 and 3. He's one of the best. Caleb Williams is like 21 and 4 or something like that. So we'll get a few into the 30s. But again, the Alabama and the Ohio State quarterbacks should never be drafted. They're just not good. So you want to argue Tua on me, right? Oh, Tua, look at that. But look what happens. He goes to Buffalo, those 3 or 4 picks. They lose 48-28. Against Philly, near the end of the game, throws a bad pick. And, it was 24-17. It goes to tie the game up, throws another pick. He always throws the pick. He can't handle pressure. He's not a winner. He's not going to win you the game because he's a bad quarterback. He doesn't know how to quarterback. Yeah, he knows how to pass and that, but he should never have a 3rd and 10 with Tyreek Hill on your team. I would throw it to him, get open, do that little 10-yard route where he can either go in or out, and we both read the safety, and I throw it, and I should be 20 for 20 throwing to Tyreek Hill on the option route of a 10-yard play on 2nd and 10 all day. I mean, what are you doing? So, again, this is why I don't like Tua, but I call him Tug, is because of that, because you can't bet him in a big game. I know I was asked that question. Do I take Miami against Philly? And I said, take the over. You cannot trust him just like you can't trust him in Buffalo. And you can't trust Miami's defense. So that's why I got into the over-unders on the defense, because you gotta, Oregon, Utah, what's going to happen? Well, I don't know. Let's play the game. And it's the art of war. Well, what's the strength? Well, the strength are Utah's 15 defense. How are you going to score on that? Good luck at Utah. Maybe at Oregon, but at Utah, you're not going to light up this defense. UCLA couldn't light up the defense. They got a whole whopping 7 points, and UCLA is not that bad of an offense. And they just handled USC. Now it was a little higher scoring game, but they beat them. They won because of their defense. So that's really what you're looking at. And you're looking at Colorado has no defense. They're not going to beat anybody. They're not going to win a game in this league because the worst team is Stanford, and they just blew a 29-0 lead against them. What do you think these Arizonas and Oregon and Washington? Well, we know what Oregon did. What do you think Washington's going to do? USC killed them. UCLA, we got them now. They're going to run them. They're going to run them over. UCLA, the line is 17. That shows you how weak Colorado is. They're 17-point dogs to UCLA, and UCLA's got a 15 defense. Forget about it. I mean, I would have no thought of playing Colorado in 23. It's either over or it's UCLA minus 11. They don't have the defense to play them, and they couldn't beat Stanford, for Christ's sake. That's really what you're looking at. TK, do you do Major League Baseball playoffs? Sure, I do. Give me a game. Give me the pitchers. It's all about pitchers, and it's out ERA. So you got Verlander going with his low ERA. You bet him. What happened? There was 3-2 Houston. I don't know why the games aren't on TV. I mean, not on regular TV. I mean, I got 247 and Fox, but you're putting the game on Fox Sports 1 or TBS. How am I supposed to see that? I have an antenna, and I got Netflix, and I got Tubi, and I can't watch the game. This is the problem with sports now, that they're really fucking up. So let's go to Say's Law. supply creates demand, right? So then we go to Adam Smith and we go, well, we want to make sure these games can be seen. But what are they doing? They're going, well, we can make it more money if we put it on Fox Sports 1 or Peacock or this or that, but nobody can watch it. If you think people are running to buy Peacock to watch Michigan and Northwestern, you're out of your fucking minds. There's enough games on. I can watch Oklahoma, Texas. I don't need to watch Michigan and UNLV. I mean, it's football. We watch football, but I got 4 channels I can watch it. I was watching the Alabama game. Then I went to the was it Oregon, Washington game, Alabama game, and then there was some like Wisconsin. Then it was like Minnesota and Iowa was on. I'm like, what? I love the Big Ten Network trying to put games on, but the problem is Penn State and Ohio State, I think, was on ABC or something like that. Anyway, it's there's so many games. Why would anybody get Peacock or these other stations? So with the baseball, you're out of your fucking mind if it's not on NBC or ABC all 4 games. What are you doing? Whatever you got on, if people are baseball people, they're going to watch the games. So it's just like the Thursday night game being on Prime. Do you think people are running to buy Prime to watch the game? Are you insane? But what you're doing is the people that don't have Prime can't watch the game. You're hurting your viewers. That'd be like me saying only somebody with a subscription to my channel can chat with me. Why would I do that? Well, I want everybody and anybody. Here's Adrian Carter. He's never been in class where he's named himself, but I'm allowing anybody to watch. I'm not going to restrict people from watching because I won't get his subscription. But if he watches the game, like Greg or John, he's watching going, yeah, you're the man. So he subscribes, but I can't get Adrian Carter subscribe if I don't let him ask questions and come in. So he'll learn. He's got to add value to the Florida State 38-10. Are they even playing this week? So they're playing Wake Forest. They're laying 20. So you think they're going to win by 28. So what are you saying? Add value to the class. Go into depth. Why are you asking that? That's not the score of the Duke game, right? Duke was 38-20. They beat Duke. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. The 38-10 doesn't make any sense. But what's your point? You bet Florida State? Okay, we don't really care. I don't really care who you bet on if you don't have explanation and get into theory and detail of why you pick. But I don't even care that I don't want your pick from last week. I want you to pick a game this week and get into detail and teach the class something. That's what my job is, to teach the class. So if you're going to come in, don't come in with that. Come in with, make a point. I'm taking Michigan State because da-da-da-da-da. And Prophet does that, and I don't like it because he comes up with macro numbers that don't mean anything. And I don't want the class to be misled going, I'm going to take this team. It's not a good method, so I throw it out. So it's got to be a good method. Do they have a 100-stream service too? It's Scherzer Valdez tonight. So Texas won. Give me the ERAs. I know Scherzer. What's Valdez? Isn't he got a bad ERA? So let's look at the ERAs. I mean, I don't know who Valdez is, but I know who Scherzer is. So right now, I would think Scherzer's going to get the win. Give me the ERA. Man, let me Yahoo it. I got Scherzer. But I don't have. They got Javier as the favorite, -130. Wow. But where's his ERA? Where's Verlander? Did he already pitch? Yeah, Valdez had the bad ERA, I think. Yeah, that was not a surprise yesterday. But the problem here is scores and odds. You're not giving me. Well, I don't know where to find the ERAs. So I'll go into the other one. I'll go into Yahoo. I know they give the ERAs. So Scherzer 13-6 with the 3.77. Javier 10-5 with the 4.56. Houston -130. The game's in Houston. I would take Scherzer. I think he's a money pitcher. Javier 10-5, 4.56 yards. So based on that, I would take Scherzer and probably over. The other game, Arizona Philly, Kelly against Nola. Nola used to pitch on the Yankees. Kelly's got the better ERA. Is this what series tied at 3. Philly leads 3-2 at home. Arizona needs to get. I like Arizona here. Kelly with the 3.29 ERA, so I'd like that. They have to win. Their backs against the wall. Now, I'm not going to get into injuries today. We've looked at the game tonight. I like San Francisco because McCaffrey's playing. Deebo Samuel, they can live without. They got Kittle. They've got Ayuk. They've got Purdy's a very good quarterback. See, Purdy's so underrated. But anyway, that is what we have. So right away, the free pick. Now, let me look at injuries, which I'll do later. So USC Cal over, and then we'll look at the other games. The UCLA, Colorado, Cincinnati, Oak State, Hawaii, San Jose State, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Kentucky, Washington, Stanford. I mean, if you know what you're looking for and you dig in, they get easier and easier. It's sort of like poker. Each hand's individual, and you're trying to figure out each hand. That's why I like poker. That's why I like football. It's different every week. I've got to figure out the games. That's what I like about it. So take Scherzer and maybe the over. It could get high scoring in the game 7 with these two pitchers. It's too bad it's not Scherzer and Scherzer against Verlander. Then it would be 1-0. Very interesting. So we will see. But yeah, yesterday's pitcher sucked for Houston. He had like an 11 ERA. Of course they were going to win. But here now you got Scherzer, who's a money pitcher. Be careful. So anyway, that's week 9. Let's look at week 8, the NFL. I don't remember if I did it or not. Now, I don't have lines because I don't have my data yet. And I got to know over under AZ. I got to know defense numbers. I haven't pulled it yet because it's the Monday night game. And I hate that because then I really got to pull my stats Tuesday and I lose a day. But pretty much we got Tampa Bay, Buffalo. Buffalo off a loss. Tampa Bay sucks. The key is going to be the defense. Buffalo will light up a bad defense. However, if Tampa Bay's defense, well, let's look at it. Let's look at what we know from last week. Tampa Bay's defense is an 18. So that should give Josh Allen a little bit of problem. New Orleans, Indy, I like the dog there. Jacksonville, Pitt. Alva Pitt beats the Rams. I got to watch that game, but yeah, was it all defensive turnovers or did Pickett actually do something? And that's what's getting me in the NFL. Pickett isn't doing anything. It's the defense scoring 14 points. It's let's go for fourth down. They don't make it, and then the other team wins. That's the problem in the NFL. The coaching is so bad. The defensive coordinators are the worst I've ever seen. And the offensive coordinators had neither get their head examined going for fourth down like it's an automatic. And what the stat they're missing is, let's go one step further with this stupid fourth down crap. If I get it, what do I gain? Nothing. If I miss it, how many times do they lose the game when they miss it? But what was I watching yesterday? I was watching a game, and they didn't – it was fourth down and 2, and they didn't make it. And I said the game's over. Or maybe it was a college game, and they didn't get it. I think it was the Alabama game. They went for it. Tennessee went for it and didn't get it. I said game over, and Alabama then went on to score and win. You cannot – you've got to understand the consequences. It's not like, oh, I didn't make it, or, if I make it, I do this or that. I win the game if I make it is bullshit, but I guarantee you by not getting it, you're probably losing the game a higher percentage of the time. So that's really the key to it is if I miss the 4th and 1 and my own 20-yard, I probably lose the game 100% of the time. So do I really want to go on 4th and 1 and miss the, and then give them the ball over? Because my odds on a good team, like Philadelphia might be skewing the fourth downs because it's such a bullshit play. But if you're not Philadelphia and you don't run this stupid-ass play, that should be – it's not football. I don't know what it is. Rugby probably. So if you're doing that, then I would say you're not going to get it. If you just do a normal 4th and 1, you're probably not getting it. So the Philly fourth downs are skewing the totals. So the regular team that does it is not going to make it. Philly's going to do it because they cheat. So it's unfortunate that they're cheating and these rules are allowing bullshit Bush League play in. Sorry, they should not. This is not part. The game should be what if Hurts can run for a first down into the line without this interference, that's fine. He could run and get it. But if he can't get it, needs to be pushed in, that's illegal. That's not him. That's the same as baseball, putting the guy on second base in the 10th inning. It's Bush League. It's not real. You've got to earn your way onto second base. You don't give them second base. Whoever came up with that rule should be shot and fired. It makes your game Bush League. This pushing makes your game Bush League. When I see that, I go, this is bullshit. This isn't football. I don't know what sport this is. You're changing it, and then you're so worried about injuries. It's fucking football. Go run golf if you're worried about injuries. Go do tennis if you're worried about injuries. Nobody watches those sports because of the injuries. It's not about injury. We want to see the hits. We don't want to see the stupid penalty. We don't want the ref to be the center of football. We want the players. We don't want the stupid, well, he grabbed my jersey, so it's defensive holding, automatic first down on 4th and 20. And the ref's calling that penalty? What, are you kidding me? This league doesn't have long to live. The only reason they're around now is because of the betting. And then I love the end racism or stop being mean to people. Like, oh, so since you say it, that's going to end it? All you do is look like you're fucking idiots by saying end racism. You can't end racism. you don't even know what it is. You can't end it because you put a little note in the end zone or some guy's helmet says, don't hit people. I mean, are you serious? You guys go with the electric car guys. Wow. All right, let's take a look at the NFL. Jacksonville, Pitt, I don't know. Probably an under. Houston, Carolina. Carolina stinks. Houston's been playing pretty well. Philly, Washington. Philly should blow them out. LA and Dallas, after what LA just did, I see. Here's the problem: Dallas has Prescott, so probably a dog. New England, Miami. Miami's going to kill them. The Jets and the Giants. Jets, Jets. Atlanta, Tennessee, an under. Minnesota, Green Bay. Take the dog. Cleveland, Seattle. Probably. I don't know who's quarterbacking. If it's P.J. Walker, I like the dog because of the Cleveland defense. KC, Denver. Now, this game will be much closer. If KC is a 10-point favorite in the game, I like Denver. Denver's starting to play a little bit better. Russell Wilson. Sean Payton will figure out this team. Kansas City, I mean. So I like Denver if I'm getting 2 touchdowns. Cincinnati and the Niners. This should be a close game here. This is Joe Burrow is starting to come on. And if McCaffrey's out and Deebo Samuel's out, this could be a game. Cincinnati's defense, Greenlaw is questionable. Very interesting game. I think I need more than 10 to take Cincy. Probably wouldn't go anywhere near the under in this game, although this should be this could be a live dog game. But you're going to get against Tennessee. Which Lamar do you get? It ain't going to be the one against Detroit because Detroit got so outcoached that they did not know how to defend him. Have you not seen him in the league for what, 6-7 years now? A monkey could defend him. I mean, my mother could come up with this defensive scheme to defend him. You blitz him. Hello, McFly, just blitz him and make him make the mistake. That's how you beat him. That's how everybody else beats him but the Lions. They're too stupid to blitz. Really? What you do against Steve Young and Love and Mayfield and the Riddler doesn't work against good quarterbacks. It works against shit quarterbacks. So you have a good defense against shit quarterbacks. Against the 2 you played, Smith and you made them look like superstars. Mahomes doesn't count because Kelsey was out. The defensive end was out, and they dropped 10 passes. You didn't do anything defensively, and you only scored 14. You got a pick 6 that was a fluke. So don't give me that. Seattle, KC plays you now. They beat you by 30. KC, Chicago, San Diego. I don't know. The Packer versus the idiot coach. So probably take the dog in Oakland, Detroit. Who's their quarterback? Hoyer again or Detroit? Detroit's not that good, folks. But again, they're getting a bad quarterback, right? They get Hoyer or they get O'Connell. I mean, so again, Detroit will look good playing a very bad team with a very bad quarterback. They'll probably win 20-6. It'll be, look how good their defense is. They'll put pressure on them, and they'll be able to move down the field on this weak defense. And then everybody will think Detroit's so great because they beat another team that couldn't win in the Pac-10. Right? Oakland could not win in the Pac-10. They couldn't win in the SEC or the Big Ten, right? Half of these teams could not win a game in the Pac-10, right? Oregon, Washington, Oregon State, Utah, USC, they couldn't beat any of them. Most of these teams are that bad. Let's see. Indy, Houston and Carolina, Washington, New England, the Giants, Green Bay, Arizona, Chicago, and Oakland could not win a game in the Big Ten, Pac-10, or SEC. Against the upper S, they could beat Northwestern. I'll give them that. That's about where they go. Anyway, I got to do my stats for that, and it's early, and we'll go through that tomorrow. So this is a class. This is what you're trying to do. This is how you do it. You learn feels. So what did I do? I looked at what happened last week. So I looked at what I thought would happen. And again, not being Bernie Madoff, I can't make the picks now for yesterday's games. I have to do it before. But the rationale is there. How did Buffalo lose to New England? You got to be kidding me. It happens because of bad coaching. Even at the end, as bad as Buffalo played, they were still winning 25-22, and I'm laying 2 points. I'm winning my bet with 2 minutes left in the game. And then they don't play defense on Mac Jones. Are you fucking kidding me? What was that about? So this is how bad the coaching is in the NFL. This is what makes it difficult, because what you think will happen is not happening because the coaches are so bad. The San Diego coach, the Buffalo coach, the Lions, you go down the list, the coaches are horrible. That's really your problem, right? You don't have very competent coaches, which makes you're betting on how could Buffalo lose to them? There's no way. You get Bill Walsh, you get Bill Parcells, Buffalo yesterday, they win the game by 25 points. No problem. Greg or John, so take Scherzer tonight or over. Why is the NFL so bad, not competitive, aside from a few teams? Well, first of all, your talent is terrible. Second of all, look what they're doing. The coaches are bad. They don't know how to hire a coach. Then they want offensive coaches. So they hire an offensive coordinator, make him the head coach, like in Miami, and he can't coach defense. The GMs have no idea about talent. Then they get a guy like Richardson and Tugg and whatchamacallit, and Steve Young and Stroud, and they start them. These guys should never – Joe Montana didn't play his first year. You never draft a guy and play in the first year. Look at Richardson. He's out for the year with the shoulder, probably won't come back at all. Why? Why was he out there? You have Carolina's Andy Dalton, a really good quarterback, sitting on the bench so Vince Young can lose every game. They're going to lose every game with Vince Young because he's waiting for Arkansas State and New Mexico State to play. Those are the teams he looked good against at Alabama. When he got in against the big boys, LSU and Georgia and Clemson, never showed up. So that's big problem is they don't know what they're doing. You always want a Brady and a Manning and a Drew Brees type of players, Aaron Rodgers. So you've got all these bad rules where these defensive players are afraid to hit. You hit the guy too hard, you hit the quarterback. You can't hit him low, so you got to hit him high. But if you hit him in the helmet, then it's roughing. I saw a hit yesterday on a quarterback, and they called low hit. You hit him in the thighs. It's like, okay, this is ridiculous. So the rules to keep the guys healthy is just stupid. So it's a lot of the rules, so the defense, and then you've got all these. They don't play preseason, so they don't practice. Imagine playing golf and not practicing and going to play the U.S. Open tomorrow, and I haven't picked up a golf club. What do you think I'm going to shoot? I'm going to shoot 95. But if I practice, I can shoot 65. But if I have 3 games of preseason and I don't play my players, I've just wasted all this time. So the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season is preseason. But what's happening? I'm blowing out all their hamstrings and ankles and knees. So I'm going to do a count tonight of how many players have hamstring issues. You don't see it in college. How many players on these teams have these hamstring injuries? I bet it's 100 players. I bet there's 7 or 8 on every team, and there's 30 teams. So I bet there might be 200 players with hamstring injuries because you don't play them in the preseason. So instead, they're out 8. Look at the guy. Look at the guy in Green Bay, the running back, Adam Jones. He played the first week against the Bears, and that was it. And it skewed everything because you thought, oh, okay, Love looks okay. He threw for a lot of yards, which is basically 2 screen passes to Jones, and he ran for touchdowns. And the Packers won, and you go, oh, the Packers are pretty good. They can score. It was Aaron Jones who did the scoring, not Love. Love sucks. So part of it is they're taking the wrong players. They're not. Why isn't Trask playing? Why is Stenson Benson on the Rams just always out for illness? Now you got Hayner back for New Orleans. Let him watch. He should be your quarterback next year. Andy Dalton sitting on the bench at Carolina makes no sense. Minshew sitting on the bench at Indy made no sense until Richardson got hurt. And you got C.J. Stroud at Houston, makes no sense. He's okay, but he makes no sense. You got 2 out there. You got no defense for Miami. So the coaches aren't qualified. They don't know what they're doing. So like the Miami coach was the towel boy for San Francisco. So he comes in and he puts in this offense. There's no defense. And the offense he puts in doesn't work against good defenses. Buffalo, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Pittsburgh. It won't work against those. So he's lucky. They got New England this week. We'll see if it works. So a lot of it is the player personnel. It's no teams are very few are complete. San Francisco, the Jets, Philly. If the Jets had Aaron Rodgers, they'd be in the Super Bowl this year. They would beat Kansas City, no problem. Cincinnati's getting better. Buffalo, as you can see, sucks. New England's terrible. So there's a lot of bad teams, mostly because of all these injuries, because the coaches refuse to play the guys in preseason. So they all pull out their hamstrings. They're out for months. And then you're replacing them. So you're replacing them with bad players because you're paying your quarterback $30 million. Why are you paying Daniel Jones $30 million? You out of your fucking mind? At what point does this guy show you he can quarterback? He couldn't quarterback at Duke. I believe it was Duke or North Carolina. He couldn't quarterback there. You're making him your quarterback in the NFL, this guy that doesn't know what he's doing. You have guys like Mitch Trubisky running around. You have the Packer at the grocery store now quarterbacking Chicago. Len Fields, who sucks, is your quarterback. So a lot of it is bad talent. A lot of it is all the injuries on defense. A lot of it is terrible defensive coordinators. The rules you can't hit, and they call these illegal, oh, wait, he touched his jersey. It's defensive interference, automatic first down. 4th and 19, the refs are screwing the game up. It's like the NBA, right? Bird against Magic. It'd be the final 30 seconds of the game. The refs were not going to blow a whistle. You go and you score and you win. That's it. We're not blowing whistles. It's not up to us to win or lose the game. But yet now the refs, what are they doing? They're purposefully causing games to be lost by bad calls that even if it's a little grab should not be called because it's 4th and 19. They've got to earn it. They can't 4th and 19. You can't call a penalty on that. That's the biggest problem. And because these guys are so injured and you got guys that are at the grocery store playing, they tend to hold more because they're not very good. So you've got a lack of talent. So a lot of it's the talent, it's the refs, it's the coaching. It's just bad. Now you watch, you got Coach Pete, you got Sean Payton now, the guy, the Ram coach, where was he yesterday? They lost to fucking Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's coach I like. Baltimore's got a terrible coach. I don't know where he thinks he's going with Lamar, but he ain't going anywhere unless he plays the Lions every week. But most of the teams, you can't beat Cleveland, you can't beat Pittsburgh, and you can't beat Cincinnati. If it was healthy, they won 27-24. Lamar didn't go off. He did nothing against Pittsburgh. They lost 24-10. So don't kid yourself. Lamar's not that good. He's good against teams that are idiots like the Lions, but you see him against good coaches, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati. He doesn't do shit. So that's a lot of it. It's the bad coaches. It's the bad players because they're all with hamstring injuries because all of a sudden they don't want to play preseason. So if Bobby was here, it'd be like Bobby trying to go playing tonight for Houston or Texas, not taking batting practice and just going out and trying to hit. It ain't going to happen. Or you're trying to play golf and you don't go to the driving range. It ain't going to happen. You can't just go and play, and that's what the NFL is doing. They're not doing preseason. So the first 3 weeks are all preseason, but you've got all these players trying to play a full game without getting physically and mentally ready for it. That's what the preseason is. Let them play a quarter. Let them get hit. Let them run full speed, which you're not doing in practice, which now creates all the hamstring injuries. So you've lost 20 guys on your team to hamstring injuries, and now who do you got playing? You got grocery store packers, cooks from McDonald's. This is who's playing. Well, of course, there's no such thing as next man up. These are professionals, and the guys playing now are not professionals. That's your biggest problem. That's why you see much better games in college. You got Washington and Oregon and USC and Utah and UCLA and Oklahoma and Texas and Alabama and Georgia. These teams would win the divisions in the NFL. You let Georgia loose in the NFL, put them in the NFC South. Who's going to beat them? Atlanta, New Orleans, Tampa, Carolina. They'd beat them all. They'd win the division. They'd go probably 12-4 in the pros. They got much better talent all the way across. And these guys who think, oh, the pros are better. Are you seeing the pros being any better? No fucking way. You go play the games at Oregon. Oregon wins they probably couldn't beat the Niners or Seattle, but I think if KC played at Oregon would give them a game. Washington would give them a game. USC doesn't have the defense to, but Utah, if Rising was playing, would beat them. Georgia, Oak State now could probably go 8-8. It's just the bad coaching, bad talent is the reason. And so you have a few good coaches, Seattle, not that San Francisco's well coached, the Rams, the Jets. Look at the Jets. They got Sama from the Niners. He's a good coach, and they're winning. And they're winning without Aaron Rodgers getting hurt. They're winning. So there's a few teams with some good coaches. The rest of this league, I mean, I did a thing, week 1, I went through the coaches, right? So I graded the coaches out. So we'll quickly go through it. So Campbell, I gave him a D. Andy Reid, I give a B. Reich, the old Miami quarterback. Frank Reich, I give a D. I don't know who Smith is at Atlanta. I gave him a D. Ryans from Houston, I gave an E. Harbaugh, I give a C because he keeps playing Lamar. He doesn't understand he can't win with him. Taylor, I give a B, but I'm not sure because it's all up to Joe Burrow. Stefanski at Cleveland, I give a C. Peterson at Jacksonville, I give a B. Steichen at Indy, I give an E. Bowles, for sure an E at Tampa. You couldn't win with Tom fucking Brady? Are you kidding me? O'Connell at Minnesota, I give him a D. Vrabel, I give an A at Tennessee. New Orleans, was this George Allen? I mean, I give him a D, whoever this Allen guy is. Shanahan, I give a C because he chokes. He's lost a Super Bowl and a playoff game because he doesn't understand He lost the Atlanta Super Bowl as their offensive coordinator and the Niners Super Bowl because he didn't understand to run the clock. So he's not all there. So I gave him a C. Tomlin, I give an A. Pittsburgh. Gannon at Arizona, I give an E. Rivera at Washington, I give a C. LaFleur at Green Bay, I gave a C, but I'd probably give a D2 now. Again, you're playing Jordan Love. Can't you see he sucks? I see he sucks. I saw him suck at Utah State. You wasted your first pick on him, and now you chase Rodgers out. He would have stayed, but now you're still using him? At what point do you realize he's sucks, just like Fields? Borfluss, the coach at Chicago, and playing Fields. You should be playing the grocery store guy. He puts up points. Oakland, McDaniels from New England, D. Sean Payton, I gave an A to. McDaniel at Miami's a D because he doesn't coach defense. He doesn't understand that's part of the game. But yet when they go up against a good team, Buffalo and Philadelphia, the offense doesn't show up and his defense can't stop the win. So he's never going to win because he's going to have to play better teams and his defense won't show up and their defense will. And if he played Kansas City right now, they'd win 35-0 Kansas City because Kansas City's learning they got a good defense. So Staley, San Diego, he's an F. He's an idiot. Oh, yeah, it's 4th and 2 at our own 20. We're winning by 4. Let's go for it. What, are you kidding me? And of course, but the best part is he doesn't make it. So it's not like he's calling a play that's going to get him the first down. He's done this several times, and he never gets it. Do you think you're going to get the 4th and 2 95% of the time? If you're so positive, why aren't you doing it on 3rd and 2? Why aren't you getting the first down? That's my point. If you're not getting the first down on 3rd down, why are you so sure you're going to get it on 4th? The difference is you can't punt it after that. Philadelphia, Sirianni, I give a C. Belichick was a C. I'm giving him a D now. Still going with Jones. McVay, I give an A. Coach Pete, I give an A. Dallas McCarthy, I give a D because he's playing Dak Prescott. The Giants, the ball, who I now find was the Buffalo offensive coordinator, I give him a D. Sean McDermott, Buffalo, I give a D. And Saleh, I give an A, the Jet coach. So that's the other reason that these teams are so bad is the coaches. What did I give you, 6 A coaches? And how many E, D? I didn't give anybody an E, but how many D coaches did I come up with? And you can see, perfect example, Carolina. Why the fuck are you playing with Vince Young when you've got Andy Dalton? Do you think Vince Young is better than Andy Dalton right now? Really? I mean, who's this Carolina coach? Frank Reich. Frank Reich, you're a quarterback at Maryland. You quarterback the Buffalo Bills, you quarterback the Buffalo Bills when they lost the Super Bowl, and you think that Vince Young's better than Andy Dalton, and you can look at me in the eyes seriously and think this. Don't bullshit me because there's no fucking way that this guy's better. Why are you playing the inferior quarterback? There's no way he's ready. Dalton's ready. So are you not playing to win? Then what are you doing? Why are you coaching? Get the fuck out. You don't deserve to coach. If you don't put your best players out to win, you shouldn't be out there. Indy's doing the same thing with Richardson over Minshew. Minshew comes out. They played, what was the game yesterday? It was 9-38. They put up 38 points on Cleveland. You think they're going to do that with Richardson? Oh my God! I mean, this is your problem. So you've got these terrible coaches that do not have the best players out there. What are you doing? What do you think? Everybody wants to see Richardson and Stroud and Young. Well, who wants to see them? I didn't want to see them in college. I don't want to see them in the pros. Stenson Benson, who belongs, he's on the Rams, and Stafford has a shit fit, so he can't be active and suspended for some reason. Those are quarterbacks, right? So you drafted them backwards. So if Indy and Carolina would have drafted those two instead of the crap they drafted, or Hooker from Tennessee, then you would see better play. But you're drafting the wrong guys, and the play's terrible. You got Lamar Jackson, who's terrible. What are you doing? I love the bullshit they're saying. Well, they changed the offense so he doesn't run as much because they want him to play longer in the season and longer in his career. Well, he could slide, and all he's good at is running. What the fuck are you talking about? You change the offense, then you need a better quarterback because he ain't a quarterback. Okay, against the Lions, I could have been 23 or 24 for 400 yards. Bobby would have put up 600 yards. It's not hard against the Lions, but tell me how he does against Pittsburgh and Cincinnati and Cleveland. Then we can talk. And until you tell me that, I don't, there's nothing I can do. All I know is they lost to Pittsburgh, 17 to 10. Where was he then? Oh, yeah, he doesn't play against good defenses. So, again, the Lions are way, way, way overrated. It's not even close. They beat 4 bad teams. They played 2 good teams and lost. And the Kansas City game was a fucking asterisk because Kelsey got hurt and the receivers dropped 10 passes. And you want to think you're better than him? Yeah, okay, sure. So, anyway, you beat 4 bad teams. And you think you're good because you beat 4 bad teams. You think Jared Goff's a good quarterback. Didn't look like it yesterday, and he threw a pick 6 in the Seattle game. He didn't do anything against Kansas City. And believe me, if they played Kansas City now, they would lose 42 to nothing. I mean, it would be a total whitewash because KC got their defensive tackle back, and their defense is a serious 15. Don't fuck with Kansas. Kansas City's defense is a 15 defense, and they look strong. The Lions would be lucky to score a touchdown in the game. So when you look good against bad teams, are you really good? No, you're playing. You've got to understand that you're playing bad teams, not Carolina, a good team, Atlanta, a good team. Neither team has a quarterback, and then you beat Tampa, who sucks. They'll be lucky to win 6 games in the worst division. You beat 3 teams in the worst division: Atlanta, Carolina, and Tampa. This is not beating, the best division. This isn't beating Philadelphia, Dallas, and let's say Washington, which you probably couldn't beat. So this is the problem. And again, there's not that many good teams out there. So they're beating up on the bad teams. They probably win the division. They go into the playoffs. You got what? Dallas or Philly, the Rams, Seattle, or Frisco, or maybe you get Tampa again. But you play those 5 teams, good luck. You'll be lucky to score on them. It'll be just like yesterday. They'll lose 35 to nothing because they're a shit team in a shit division. I mean, look at the division. You got Love at Green Bay, sucks. You got a grocery store clerk for the Bears, and you got Kirk Cousins, who is terrible, and then they don't have Jefferson. So to win the division, I wouldn't, you couldn't win because Rodgers was there. Now he's gone. What are you doing? And this is the problem that you're asking, Greg and John. Why is Minnesota so bad? Why is Green Bay terrible? And why are the Bears so bad? Well, because they chose poorly. Chicago went with Fields and won't get away from him, and he sucks. Green Bay went to Jordan Love instead of picking a better quarterback, and he sucks. So the decision-making of the players is what's fucking them up. Neither team has a defense. And then you've got Minnesota, who has Cousins, who sucks. Jefferson's great. That's it. And they have no defense. And the Lions aren't great at all anyway. They just had a lucky, terrible schedule for some reason. But it's not even that. It's the teams are so bad. I mean, Carolina, Tampa, and Atlanta are horrible. How do you have so many bad teams? Don't tell me it's tanking. They're not tanking. These are professionals. They're playing to win. Or they all are faking hamstring injuries. I don't even like to go there. That's such bullshit, tanking. But that's basically what you have is extremely bad coaches, extremely bad general managers that couldn't spot talent a mile away and think maybe it's analytics where they, it's like baseball where they think they just want guys that can hit home runs, even though they strike out and nobody has a batting average over 220. So they think, oh, that's what we'll do. We'll just walk a bunch, like in that Billy Ball or ball game, whatever, with Brad Pitt. Well, we'll just take 10 pitches and foul them off and take balls and walk. We won't steal bases, and we'll win that way. What the fuck? What are you on drugs? And you're the GM? That's the problem. So they do analytics in football where we need running quarterbacks. No, you don't. That doesn't win the games. You got to have receivers that can catch, defense that can tackle, a defensive coordinator who's got a fucking brain in their heads. You don't have that for most teams, and you can see it. I mean, it's obvious. You'll watch tonight's game. What do we got? The Niners at Minnesota. You watch a good defense with the Niners play in Minnesota, who has no defense. McCaffrey plays, they'll win by 20. If he doesn't play, they'll win by 14. But that you can't even look at the difference. So anyway, that's your answer, Greg John. So I would take Scherzer tonight, depending on if Texas keeps him in enough. If they give him this 100-pitch bullshit, then they probably won't win. But no, they have 100 stream services too. So I don't know what that means. Anyway, so that's the problem. And then you have bad refereeing where they call penalties that they have no business calling, ruining the game. You have these – see, and a lot of it is, too, you're really making the game worse with these Thursday night games, these London games. You're throwing the players all off, right? I like that. I like to get up, kind of relax, go to the pool about 10:30. Come home, have a little bit of lunch, teach, then I'm going to eat dinner, go to the lake to walk, study some football. That's my pattern every day. And people get on patterns. Well, what are they doing in football? You play Sunday, then it's Sunday night or Monday night, and then you're playing Thursday and you're flying to London. How do you get on a schedule? So you're making these players crazy with all these bad scheduling changes. So it should just be Sunday afternoon football, but no, we're going to chase the money. And when we chase the money, that's worthless anyway. How many of these owners are smart enough to buy gold with it? So they're getting this extra money in to have a Thursday night game. They have a game in London. They have a game in Munich. They have a game in Mexico. Why don't you have a game in Russia or the Ukraine? Why don't you go have a game in the Ukraine, see if you can survive the game before you get blown up. So it's all bad for the players. They can't get in a routine. Are we playing Sunday or Thursday? The Lions have another Thursday night game. They played Kansas City Thursday night, and they just played another one against Green Bay. Now they're playing a Monday night game against Oakland. Why are they on national TV at all? But that's the problem. And then you're killing us because I cannot watch Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, Monday night. I probably won't watch the game tonight. I can't. I mean, maybe I'll check the score. I usually like to check the score, and that's about it. I'll watch 5 minutes if I can even find it on TV. Baseball I would watch, but I don't know what channel it's on, so I can't watch it. I go to like 2, 4, and 7. It's not on. Okay, fine. I'll watch it on YouTube in condensed 20-minute form. So anyway, that's the problem. So you have the league fucking it up by doing all this TV stuff, and Thursday night football is a disaster. I get it. You want to make some money, but by doing that, you're losing money because the product's getting worse. Nobody wants to watch it, so you're losing viewers. The only reason that it's at all popular is because you have gambling, but now you're fucking that up because you're fixing all the games with the referees with the bad calls are making calls they shouldn't be making. It's absolutely a joke. So that's the other problem. So there's a lot of bad things going on in football that are really fucking the game up. So mostly it's these no preseason and then all these various days and the fact you're paying the quarterback who shouldn't getting paid anything all this money, and then you're stuck with when the guys get hurt with the hamstring injuries that you've got grocery store workers and McDonald's workers playing in your secondary. So that's what's happening. But anyway, so your free pick already we found. Take USC Cal over 66, go over 60. Get it in now. Don't wait till Saturday when it hits 70 and you're going, yeah, that's probably a good idea. I probably should have played it on Monday when the professor told me to play it. And I tell you to play it because I know that line's going up to 70, provided there's no injuries. So we'll take a quick look only at that game. So let's see. Let's go to USC. Hey, Cal. Oh, Cal we can get to. It's alphabetical, so let's go to Cal. Cal. O lineman questionable, DB questionable, D lineman questionable, D lineman out, which is great because we want the over. So we want as many defensive players out as we can get. Running back out, running back out, running back out. So 3 running backs are out all October 3rd. So they're pretty, for our purposes, they're healthy. The quarterback, out the running back, and a lot of defensive players, just exactly what you want in an over. You want the defensive players out. All right, let's go. USC, nothing. A defensive lineman's out, which is perfect, and a wide receiver was out October 8th, Brown. So that's perfect. So USC's healthy as of today, and so is Cal. Go ahead and make the over bet. I will probably post it today or tomorrow morning. Fortunately, I think I know what I'm going to play it with, so that's good. That's the problem. I'll find a lock, but it's a teaser, so I got to find a second half of it. So sometimes I press, and I might not put. If I can find 2 games immediately, like I have now, it's easy. I find a boom, goodbye, and that's what you look for. Now again, in the pros, I don't even have spreads to look at. I just have the game, so I gotta fill in my stats, fill in my lines, fill in my pretend scores, and see how bad the lines are. We got Buffalo off a loss, New Orleans off a loss. The Rams off a loss. Miami off a loss. I don't really care if Green Bay's off a loss. They're not going to do it. They're going to have another loss. Seattle won. KC won. Cincinnati, I think, won their last game. San Francisco is on tonight. Baltimore won. San Diego's off a loss. So it doesn't work that much in the pros. There's not enough good teams. There's no buys next week. There's not enough good teams to really, okay, Buffalo. It's supposed to be. It's Kansas City, Cincinnati or Buffalo off a loss, or on the other side, Philly or Frisco. We do have Frisco off a loss this week. That's why I bet him yesterday. But I was waiting for McCaffrey, which I never got, so I just assumed, well, they'll probably have a good backup, and as long as Purdy plays in the defense. Minnesota's, I know Jefferson's out, so I did play the Niners even yesterday. I think I played him with Denver. It was a cute play. Adorable. So that's what we have. Gold and silver. I give it 2 months. By January, you'll be seeing $10,000 gold, probably $1,000 silver. It just can't stay because COMEX is going to blow up. There's too much demand for gold, and it's got to be deliverable, and that's what's going to blow up COMEX. They're going to put these short derivatives in, and then people are going to say, fine, I want your gold. And once they run out of gold, and they're almost out, they won't be able to write any more derivatives because they don't have the gold to back it. Once you don't have any gold to back it, you can't write the derivatives. Now, it's the Federal Reserve who wants the price down because they don't want the competition of this. So it all comes back to economics. We want competition. If we have competition for this stays strong. Right now, the only competition, the other currencies are not the euro or the British pound is not competition for this, nor any of them have in the world are worthless. Right? Come on, my camera. They're all worthless. So they can't compete with gold. That's why they're struggling to keep gold. But Russia and China are smart enough to realize that they can't compete with gold. We'll have gold. And they bought up all the gold. That's the difference. So they're smart and the U.S. is stupid, or they're scamming and that. And they're just too damn stupid. The people in charge, they're greedy, but they're stupid about. Don't be greedy with paper. So as these people are piling up the paper, they're in trouble because it's not worth anything. So all these TV contracts and all that shit, these guys are gonna. Well, I think what happens is the new currency comes out at 50. $100 buys you 50 of the new currency. So all these LeBrons and Bobbies and all these players will get halved. And if they can get the money out of the bank, which they can't, those stocks will collapse. So if you don't have your money out of the stock market, you're fucked. And I just love hearing these guys with the stock and all the silver price will go up, and they have no clue why. It's paper, you morons. It's going to go up because of China and Russia, but they can't explain it. Well, Mr. Bo, I've had a special guest in here. Bobby Bo has been our guest today, talking about gold. I agree with damn, I'm so late. Yeah, well, there's penalties. I agree with Greg and John. NFL has been horrible this season. Well, and I think I explained it pretty well as to why. I mean, between bad coaching, it always starts with coaching, but you get bad coaching with bad players, bad scheme, bad defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators, and all the injuries because they don't want to play in the preseason. Like, he's back by popular demand. They're asking me for the Pittsburgh Bobby Bo. Luke wants to see him, wants to know what hospital he grew up in and everything. So you just don't get that with these guests on Mark McGuire's show. That's why we don't have guests, because we want to learn from me, not from some idiot. And that's really the whole thing of life, right? You find somebody that knows what they're doing and you listen to them, You don't want to hear these other guys because you don't know. In my world, I don't know these guys he brings on if they're any intelligent. I started listening to them. The more I listen to them, the more I realize they're not intelligent. That's the problem with it, right? So they're stupid. So I don't want to listen to them. So that I think is the problem. Realize that we're turning on to watch Mark, not to watch his guests, and they can't figure that out, and they ruin the show when they have the guest on. So anyway, 49ers even. McCaffrey's playing. They'll kill Minnesota. Free pick came in. Lions on Alabama. I already gave a free pick next week. CCal over 66. Get it in before it goes to 70. And I think I already found a few locks. So really just reviewing and then going through next week's, not every game, but the bigger games. Utah and Oregon. And I don't think LSU. Were you playing next week, Bobby? I don't think I see you. Bobby Bone. There's Georgia, Florida, Oregon State, Arizona. There's Ohio State, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Kentucky, Washington, Stanford, Notre Dame, Pitt, Duke, Louisville, Oregon, Utah, BYU, Texas. But I don't see LSU. What, are you giving them a week off, Bobby? I like the way you handled the Army. Like, yeah, you're playing the Army. Why? Jesus. So I'm sure that'll fine tune LSU for the Alabama game. Well, we did beat Army. I think we're ready for Alabama's defense now. Georgia, Florida should be a good game. I think they'll shut them out. 24-0, Georgia. Yeah, I don't see you at all. You're giving the boys a rest this week, I see, Bobby. And you're going to be in trouble against Alabama because they're like 23-1 again in revenge games. And it's a revenge game. You're in big fucking trouble. This will be interesting. Where's that game at? LSU or Alabama? I think it's at Alabama. You're in big trouble. How about metals? Well, I'll talk about them again. Gold and silver are about to zoom by like January because when Russia takes over BRICS and comes out with the gold back, so this gold back currency will blow up. You got this war in Israel, good for gold. The war in Ukraine, good for gold, and the fact that they're going to blow up COMEX because, from what I understand, and I'm not a COMEX expert, but from what I understand, if they don't have any gold, there's two things. If they don't have any gold, they can't rate the derivatives. And if the Russians are coming out with $10,000 an ounce gold and $2,000 an ounce silver, COMEX has to compete with it. COMEX can say, yeah, we're going to be 2,000 an ounce gold, and here's Russia at 10,000 an ounce. I think they have to match the price, and Russia and China want the price higher. Because if I have 32,000 tons of it times 32,000 ounces, that's a whole lot of gold. I think I want the price to go up. That's what we're waiting for, right? We want the price to go up. So you got about 2 months there, Bobby. I would say you want a Christmas present from all your girls and all your family of, Give me 10 ounces of gold apiece and 1,000 ounces of silver. That's your Christmas present. That's it. Santa's Christmas list: gold and silver ounces. Just bring them in, wheel them in, as much as you can get. Louisville blew their season with the bad loss to Pitt. That's because they were flat after the Notre Dame game. LSU and Bama will be off this week to get ready for the November 4th showdown. They killed Army for costing me against UL Monroe. Well, there you go. How did they lose to UL Monroe? It's like the only win UL Monroe has. They haven't played the high school team yet. Yeah, it's in Tuscaloosa. So you're in big fucking hole in that game because their defense is tough. the only hope you got is Milrose is really, he's okay. He runs around. But again, Tennessee had him 13-0 and then 34-20. Offensively, you can hang with them. Defensively, you got problems. January 2020 is when medals will fly. Yeah, definitely. Because they're running out of gold. And as Mark McGuire said, there's now going to be a price where the seller then dictates what he wants to sell it to for the buyer. So in other words, I go into the coin store and the guy wants to buy my gold because he can't get any more. And he says, "What do you want for it?" I'm going to say 20,000 an ounce, or I'm going to say 30,000 an ounce. I'm not selling it to you at 2,000. I want 20, 30, or 40,000 an ounce. But I don't want this garbage. Very important, people. When you do sell your gold and silver, you don't want this. You want to buy houses and cars with it, or you want whatever the new currency is, or you sell quarter ounce. That's why I got quarter ounces and 10th ounce. The gold hits, like, let's say gold hits 30,000 an ounce, and I got my 10th of an ounce worth $3,000. Maybe I need the money for food. Maybe I need the money to hit a credit card. But once I love how they are missing this by a mile. This does not collapse the economy. It collapses this dollar. So think of this as dollar number one. They'll bring out dollar number two, which will look a whole lot like this. And once they bring that out, then the economy runs. That's the medium of exchange. Until they come out with gold and silver, if they keep rolling out US dollar 3 and US dollar 4, it's going to look like Venezuela, and they got like 600,000% inflation because they still won't come out with the dollar backed by gold. And you're like, what the fuck? Who the hell is running your country? What moron is running it? John Maynard Keynes is running it. I mean, that's the problem. You can't just keep coming out with money without backed by gold. If you keep bringing money out that's not backed by gold, it'll keep going to zero. It'll go quicker and quicker because once people realize that the dollar is worthless and the dollar's worthless, boom, okay, let's get rid of it. What do we buy? Well, we can only buy gold and silver because it's the only money worth something, and you can't print it. That's the key. What are they doing? These idiots are printing trillions of dollars of this because they're all thieves and they're trying to steal the money. And that's why they don't want gold, because you can't do that. You can't print gold. And the problem is these idiots, instead of buying the gold, Russia and China bought it all. They own 100,000 of the 240,000 tons of gold. They got 100,000 of it. They got half of it. So when everybody in the world, the Germans and the English and Italians and the people with money, because there's mafia all over the world, when they want their gold, who do you think is going to get it? They don't want the money. They're going to want the gold. They're going to realize that they have to have the gold. They're the ones printing the money and laundering the money. That's why they don't want gold, but it's all going to, Russia and China have saved the day, basically. So with that said, now you have the gold will shoot to the moon, and all these guys are going to realize they're only out. See, once everybody realizes the paper that this is no good, now you come out with new paper, US dollar 2. How long is that going to last? Well, wait, is this like dollar 1? There's no gold on it? Well, fuck it, I don't want this. That's why the CBDCs, A, they'll never work because the banks don't want it, but B, they'll never work because if they're like this, it can be digital or paper. Nobody's going to want it because it's not backed by gold. So until you have a currency backed by gold, all the currencies will be recognized to blow up because everybody will realize, wait, this dollar is not backed by anything. I don't want it either. So accepting the new dollar, as I say in my, what rule is it? Rule number 5, acceptance. Medium of exchange, what everybody wants. So you try to pull this shit again with the dollar not backed by gold, and with me screaming, it ain't backed by gold, it's worthless. Get off the Titanic onto the gold boat. So once people realize this isn't backed by gold, now you bring out a new dollar. What do you think? How long is that going to last? Because now people realize, oh, it's got to be backed by gold. It isn't. Aha! If it ain't backed by gold, I don't want it. And then you keep realizing what's going on, and then you say, fuck it. If it ain't backed by gold, and so any new dollar they try to put out there is not going to be accepted. If it ain't accepted, it ain't what everybody wants, and acceptance are medium of exchange. And if those two things aren't met, you don't have money. If it's not accepted, forget about it. So that's what the problem's going to be. So you're holding your gold. So as I say, I want to buy a house with my ounce of gold. I don't want to deal in the paper or my car with the ounce of gold, or go buy a country with my ounce of gold. A nice island, I think, Bobby, in the Caribbean, I think, or maybe in the Mediterranean. A nice little island, not a lot, a couple of banks, friendly government. Yeah, just simple things. Good laws, good government, banks run by gold. Yeah, that'll be our country. Professor, do you like Chinese bourbon? I don't think I've ever had Chinese bourbon chicken. Do you like it? So is it fried, or is it just regular chicken with cooked in bourbon? I don't think I'd like it because I really don't want all that sugar. But I was fine. My General Chow, you weren't on yesterday, so I couldn't show. So it's kind of fried. I get the sauce on the side now. So I eat the chicken, I dip it in instead of having it all, and it's a sweet and a sour sauce, so there's sugar in it. So I try to be careful with that. And that's what I had. I just finished it up. I finished that up yesterday. I finished up my chicken breast day. I keep eating, and then it's like, now what do I eat? I mean, it's like, I think I can have an omelet and a salad. So I won't put veggies in the omelet, I guess. Oh, no, I have the deli chicken. So I got 1.5 pounds of Sara Lee barbecue chicken. It was on sale for $8.99. So I got 1.5 pounds. So I'll make an omelet with that. And I got some bananas today. I go to the store like every other day and get like $30 worth of fruit and veggies and fill up on some peppers and bananas. Anyway, I finally heard from Daria today. I was so happy. I'm just texting her like, what the fuck? Where are you? Are you safe? Or what are the Putin's like put you in jail? Like, what's going on? And she said she had high blood pressure for 2 days, and they forced her to work, or they were going to fire her. And I says, well, why aren't you telling me this? She said, oh, I thought I talked to you 2 days ago. He says, well, you said I'll text you when I get home on Friday. But I didn't hear from you since Sunday. So I heard you Sunday, then nothing until Friday night, and then nothing on the weekend. I says, that's ridiculous. She apologized. She didn't really, she's used to the Russian boys, she tells me. I said, no, I need communication. I need it every 5 minutes or every, when I wake up, I should see text from you. I'm fine, at work, at home. Love you. Have a nice day. I should just see that. That's all I need to see. Just because she's in Russia, just to know she's fine. So we agreed on meeting Christmas in Turkey. So I got to make hopefully they'll let me in, because if they're with Hamas against Israel, are they going to let U.S. people into the country? So, and then out. So we'll see. I got to ask her. I'm going to ask her this question. So she lives in St. Pete. So I'm going to say, can you go to the coin store and see if they'll take gold, like U.S. Maple Leafs or Krugerrand? They might not take U.S. gold there, but they might take the Maple Leaf or the Krugerrand, which makes me very happy that I diversified not into just U.S. gold. So I'll have that mission for her to do. And she knows I got the gold. I show her when I got her a nice shiny Maple Leaf. So she's all excited. But anyway, I was very happy. and relaxed to finally hear from her. She says, I'll do a better job communicating. I go, thank you. I don't care. It doesn't have to be every day. I'm not trying to control her, but please, at least every other day or something. It says it has soy sauce, brown sugar, orange juice. That's sweet. Ginger's good. Garlic's good. Rice is good. Now, rice is be careful on your rice. Vinegar and, of course, bourbon. Yeah, and bourbon you got to be careful with. This is what, store-bought? I mean, you've got ingredients there. So what did you buy, like that Chinese container? You open it up and you dump it in a pan and then you nuke it for 5 minutes? Does Daria have gold or just silver? She doesn't have either yet because I haven't met her yet. Jenna, my Ukrainian girl, has both. I've given her about 2 ounces of gold and about 15 ounces of silver. So when I meet her, I usually give her like a half ounce of gold and a good 5 to 10 ounces of silver. So she's doing okay. When it busts, she'll be pretty rich in the Ukraine. But Daria, no, I got hers, but I can't even mail it if I want. If I wanted to FedEx it or or FedEx it or UPS it, it doesn't go to Russia. So I can't give it to her. So that's one of the problems. So, and I'm not going to trust it. I got to go to Romania and give Irina some. I says, I don't trust UPS I'm going to send it and you're going to get it. And this is the type of thing I'm not sending blind. So I'm supposed to meet her in November in Romania to see the baby. So she had a new baby. She said the kid's like 2 months, 3 months old. It's like a 6-month-old, just growing like a weed. So I'll go there. So what I want to do is kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't want to keep making European flights. So I'll probably see her and then go fly and meet Jenna somewhere and then meet Daria at Christmas time in Turkey. So I'm excited to meet Daria. I haven't met her in person, just on Skype and everything else. You got 2 trips coming up, Professor? Yeah, I got 2 trips coming up. I know Jenna wants to meet, and I got to go meet Irina. And so I want to kill that bird and then go meet Daria. So, yeah, probably. One will be Christmas time. The other one, probably Thanksgiving time. That's the idea. And then once gold goes up, it doesn't matter. Then I got to see what's going to happen with the credit cards. I assume they're going to zero, but until they do, we'll wait, because my credit card I owe is in this money, and this money is not lasting too much longer. So when this goes, the assets go that are valued in dollars. Now, don't lose your head if you got a nice house and a nice car that you've lost your value. It'll be replaced with being valued in gold and silver or whatever this new currency is. So your house, so if you got a $500,000 house, Bobby, and now it's worth zero, no, it isn't. Now it's worth 2 ounces of gold. And at that point, it'll buy a house is what the value of gold will be. So it won't be in dollars. So it won't be $250,000 an ounce, because there won't be dollars to price it. It'll be these 2 ounces can buy this house that used to be 500, but you can't even say it's worth 250. But that's the beauty of gold. It's its own price. You don't need this to have gold. So you're gonna be buying real nice stuff with your gold, because people. I was watching a thing on the Depression, which was totally caused by the government, and this guy needed money, and he had his nice car for $100. You could have bought the car. So that's how Warren Buffett thinks. The problem is there won't be dollars to buy it with. That's where the problem is. People think if I have $1 billion, I'll just buy shit cheap, because that's what happened in the Great Depression. They don't understand. They still think Tom Brady's on New England is the same correlation. Oh, Tom Brady's on New England, so I'm going to bet New England because, they're really good as a home dog. That's with Tom Brady, not with Jones. So they think this is going to save them, but this is worthless. This is doo-doo paper. That goes to zero. Now what are you going to do, Mr. Buffet? But me and Bobby Bo are going to sit there with our gold going, Warren, go fuck yourself. We don't care. We're going to miss a lot of class. How are we going to know what's happening to our kangaroo with us? We'll still do class. I was in Portugal last. I did the class at 8 a.m. Portugal time, which is like 2 a.m. your time. So no, it'll still be there, and you can still watch the video when you wake up. But I plan on still doing. I'm not going to do as much, but Christmas there'll be bowl games, and I was really hot it was either last year or the year before. I was in Amsterdam, and I was doing it. I hit every game. It was unbelievable. I hit like 8 locks. I had 8 locks. I hit them all, and it was like unbelievable. Really hot. But once I got this figured out, it's easy to hit the bowl games because I can see the overs, the teams, and that. Usually the Z teams and the W teams don't make the bowl games, and you're betting A's and you're betting overs is what's left. But don't worry. I bring my computer, and I can, they got internet in the room, and the key is getting this international plug. So when you do go to Europe, this is like a travel plug. So you can see this is for Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Caribbean. So this is a different plug. So you plug your thing into here, and this is for the bigger outlets, a little bit wider than our 2-prong thing. So, and again, it says it. So you can get these at like Meyer, any travel section, and then you can buy it, and they're cheap. I got a few of them. So you can see what country to use it. But there's like 4 different ones in the thing for different countries. I'm not going to get it now, but there's probably like Mexico probably has. So they all have different ones. But just keep in mind, the banks are running the countries, not the governments, and the banks run the government. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, so we've got that coming, but everybody doesn't get it. They think, I'll need silver to barter with. What the fuck do you think this is? I trade you this for my bananas. So instead of using this, there'll be a new medium of exchange, and I'll exchange my silver into it and go to the grocery store with the silver exchanged into the new dollar, because they're not going to go with gold and silver. They don't have enough of it for 350 million people. However, what does that mean? It means the price better be a lot higher, because I need to cover 350 million people. It won't work at 2,000 an ounce. It's going to be more like 50, 60,000 an ounce until that currency collapses, and then we're just on gold. So there'll be step 1. This goes away. Your credit cards might get revalued at the new currency price. So if it's 10 grand and they're saying, okay, bring $10,000 of this currency and you get 5,000 of the new currency, then your credit card you only owe 5,000 on. So as long as you have gold and silver, you just exchange it at that and you get even more for it. And then, so I can see maybe if I owe credit cards, or when I go on my trips and I want to use my credit card, I'd sell a 1/4 ounce of gold. So if it's 40,000, I get 10,000 for it. I can go on a nice trip, feed the girls and take care of them, and off I go. So that would probably be the only time I'd sell it. I would trade it for a house or a car. So I'll go into Mercedes like, I have this ounce of gold, and you got a nice Mercedes over there that's gas powered. I think I'll buy it. That's the plan, because what are they going to use for money? So how does an economy work? I have things that we go back to Adam Smith. Oh, you want a car? I'm selling cars. That's how an economy works. But what we need to settle on price, and we need to settle on what's the medium of exchange. So So right now it's been this, but it's going away. So then how do we determine what that is? Okay, well, we'll come out with a new one. Okay. Or we're going to use gold and silver. Okay. And then how much is going to buy the car is determined by us. Well, I don't want to give you 50,000 for it. I'm going to give you 20,000 for it. If you want to sell it, that's the price. And that price I'm coming up with, not you. So, I mean, you ever go to a dealership and he says the Camry is 26,000, you go, no, I'm going to give you 22 for it. And then you kind of get 23 and you make the sale. That's the same thing that'll happen. And then they'll have some sort of base price, how to price things in gold and silver or USD number 2. And that's how, so the economy will still run. They'll have to switch price. So they'll probably go to this first. Why they're not getting gold and silver, this is how stupid they are. So when I hear Mark McGuire plan to do this, he's out of his fucking mind. These guys are so stupid. Do you think they could actually do a plan? Are you kidding? That's it's like the Chicago Bears. You missed the. I'm joking that the Bears they found a guy from the grocery store as their quarterback. So this is how they plan. The coach is the manager of the grocery store. So that's the problem. Is you think these idiots are having a plan? They are clueless. If they had a plan, they wouldn't blow up the dollar. Or they wouldn't think they could blow up the dollar for digital currency. Digital currency not backed by gold is not any different than this currency. It's still heavily produced. You can't just. It's got to be acceptable, durable, fungible, divisible, scarce, and portable. Is a digital dollar all those? I don't think so. Is it really portable? What if I don't have a cell phone? I can't get to it. What if I go and the power's down and I got to go to the grocery store? Sorry. So I don't buy the digital currency. Will never happen because of the banks, but that's not an option. So yeah, this is the problem. People say the sky's red and everybody believes them. I heard the sky was red. That's what Carl Schwab wants to do, and George Soros and Joe Buffet and Bill Gates, they want the sky to be red. They say the sky's red. Well, they can say all they want, but we all know it's blue. So fuck them all. But don't listen to the propaganda, Joseph Goebbels. That's what gets you in trouble. You've got to know the truth. You got to know gold's gold. And they do their best to make it look like it's not, so you don't buy it. So you keep buying the stocks and all the other shit. Professor was in Amsterdam laying the smackdown and winning wagers at the same time. There's nothing like. I thought you're going to Amsterdam, Bobby. You told me you would go. You would love it there. It's you just go and there's one district, red light district. They all have little rooms with the red lights, and they're in their underwear, and it's 50 euros. You can't be. And these girls, there's no girls like this in the U.S. that looked as hot as these German and Hungary and Russian girls. Forget about it. I mean, not going to happen. And I had one say, she liked me so much, she said, I'll spend the night with you for $500. And this girl was way hotter than any girl you see here. I mean, this unbelievable girl. So, I mean, if they like you, they'll do that. And I survived, so I didn't get killed by her. So, but you love it, and it's the steakhouses. Well, I showed you that. So this is Amsterdam. This is Amsterdam when they shut it down. We'll go backwards. It's from my hotel room. It's a lot of waterways. Well, that was the room I was in. Now, this is when COVID closed it for Christmas, but you can see what it is. It's a nice European. That's the train station. A lot of boats. So you take boats, taxis, or you can walk around. You don't even need a boat. I've never taken a boat. That's what it looks like. A lot of people rent bikes. This is like, I don't know if this is the red light district or another district, but you can see it's just buildings and people live there. These are like apartments. There's bikes that you ride a bike. You don't need anything. There's your red light district. So the girls have the things. It was closed, but if it was there, they'd open the drapes and there'd be this hot girl saying, "Come on in for 50 euros." And you'd be like, "Yep, I'm there." Steakhouses, you'd like this. This is Argentinian beef, which is supposed to be really good, but I never see it here that anybody says Argentinian steak beef. Here's the menu for the Argentina steak beef or steaks, and it's really good. I get ribs and steak. There's some more. Another part of this downtown. I was on the subway going from the hotel downtown. There I am. You can see my reflection. It was kind of neat. And it was all decorated for Christmas until they shut it down. So I'm out there walking by myself. I didn't mind. There's a few other people I met, some Russian people and that, and there was very little open. There was a place downtown that was Christmas, so they had the lights up. So that is Amsterdam. Very nice, very peaceful. You get on the bike. It's probably 3-4 square miles. There's a diamond exchange. There's I think a Lowenbrow, just how they make Lowenbrow and they sell it. There's a Van Gogh museum and a Rembrandt museum, which is kind of nice. You got all the girls. You got a tram, or you can get the bikes. Hotels are nice. They usually have buffet breakfast. That's nice, and they speak English there. And it's 50 euros, so you can't. So what are they going to do when the euro's gone? The girls what are they going to take? Gold and silver? So to be what? An ounce of, how are they going to make change? Here's what they haven't thought of is how do the girls get their price? What are they going to charge? A half ounce of gold, a silver? This will be funny as hell. If I go there, I'll be saying you charge an ounce of silver. See, right now it's 25, but what happens when silver hits 2,000 an ounce? Now, how are the girls gonna make a living? It's hysterical. But I mean, a lot of people aren't gonna have digital dollars. You think the girl in the red light district's gonna sit there and want digital dollars? She doesn't want digital. She wants cash. So that's why I don't see how the cash can go away. We'll be cashless. Bullshit, you'll be cashless. If I don't have 50 euros, I ain't doing business, and then she can't do business if she doesn't get the 50 euro. And if you think these girls want to do digital currency where there's a tracking, you're out of your mind. So since it's run by the mafia, we know the mafia doesn't want it. So that's another reason it'll never come. But yeah, I think you take a cab. It's 10, 15 minutes from the airport. Or you could take a train in from the airport, and that's it. So it's a nice city. You can see Argentinian beef. At the hotel, you get a nice buffet breakfast, eggs, bacon, and juice, and all that stuff, and then off you go. Eat, you shop, and you look at girls. There's a diamond exchange. There, like I said, there's a casino, um, and we're 6, 7 hours ahead. So you wake up at 7 in the morning, and the 4 o'clock games are kicking off. It's quite wild when you're in Europe. You wake up, oh, who won, and the games are just kicking off. Oh, it's so funny. But that's Europe. It's a lot of shopping, and it, it's a very, even though it's kind of socialist, it's still, they really don't bother you, and you just go to ATMs and exchange your money if you need it, or you just use your credit card, debit card. Mostly, I use my debit card. I pay for the hotel with the credit card and the airplane, and if I taxi, I'll use the card if I can, because you don't really want to exchange your money. It's a fee to do it. So if it's a $25 cab ride, I just assume pay the guy with the credit card and just pay the normal fee to the bank. But if I go exchange it for money, it's costing me another $10 or $20 to do the exchange, hand them the money, now I got to do another exchange. So that becomes a pain in the ass. What I love is when I'm in the Ukraine with Jenna, and so I'm going, so I'll give her some money. So I get like 5,000 hryvnias, and it's like $300. I never forgot that. We're in Odessa, so I'm leaving. So we go to the airport. So I need money, and so I go into the ATM, and I'm giving her like $300 because everything's already paid for, and she's like, so I do like 6,000 hryvnias. It's hysterical. Oh my god! Wait, that's how you teach finances in Europe, because they think their money, and then they don't realize the U.S. But then they don't realize the U.S. is crap. That's when it comes to the U.S. dollar. Is the hryvnia 5,000 hryvnia buys me what, $200, $300. So they think, oh, that's safe. The U.S. dollar is worth more, and they don't realize the U.S. dollar is not worth anything either. It's all part of the game, and that's the problem. So you really don't want U.S. dollars. You want gold and silver. And gold and silver is apparently at record prices in every other country but ours, because we set it in U.S. dollars and we're manipulating it down. And their currencies are falling compared to the U.S. So, like now it's 97 ruble. So when I give Daria some money, if I give her $100, she gets like 10,000 rubles. Prices are up a little bit in Russia, but I guess she's managing. But the key there, like her rent's $200. That's it, $200. She's in an apartment for rent. So from that standpoint, bad. But this will be interesting to see if she can go to a gold store, number one, and if she can they take, what gold can they accept? I don't know if they can accept U.S. dollars because of the sanctions, but they might take Kugaran. I don't know if they can take Maple Leaf. So Kugaran might be the only way to get money in Russia for gold. Again, I don't know if they'll take U.S. dollars. It's all being sanctioned. So interesting economics class when you go to Europe. Very nice, though. You'd love it, at least right now. Hopefully they don't blow it up with the stupid wars. What the fuck is odd time to choose it, just when we're having inflation, a depression, and the dollar collapsing, and the $30 trillion debt. Yeah, let's have a war. Who's going to war now? Who can afford war? You can't afford it when you're regular, but who can afford a war now? Who's got money for a war? What are you kidding me? That's just ridiculous. Professor was in Amsterdam laying the smackdown and winning wagers at the same time. Oh, no, that's the one we just did. Yeah, you love it there. It's a you wonder why you come back here. I'll tell you that. All these European cities, Barcelona, Port Lisbon. I've been in Switzerland. I've been in Austria, and you wonder what the fuck am I doing here? By the way, is eating cut off time at 6 p.m.? I might finish my bourbon chicken. Well, you can cut off whenever you want. What time is it? 5:17. So it depends. Sometimes you got to eat. I went walking yesterday because I got to figure it out because it gets dark at like 6:30. So I was watching the football game and I watched the Lions lose and I was all excited. And then I went about 4:30. I went to the lake because it gets dark. And then when I got home, I was like, okay, now I got to eat because I walked like a mile. My back's getting a lot better. And so I got home for the San Diego second half. And anyway, so you can eat, I'd say 7 o'clock's fine. Just figure you're going to eat at noon. You're going to eat at 6. So I have a friend in Hungary, and she sends me a picture, and her arms and legs are full of water. And I did some research going, what the fuck? My arms and legs are full of water. It's like you're having a heart attack or your kidney or your liver. There's something wrong. So I sent her our Dr. Ekberg, and I said, he's got one on liver and one on kidneys and one on doing the otography and everything. And I said, watch these and please just basically fast. Your body will heal itself, but you got to get out of its way. Stop the sugar, stop carbs, and you need do like a 48-hour fast if you're dying, like, or whatever's happening to you. She had an IV in her, and she's all, like water in her arms and legs, and she's in her mid-30s. So I told her, she says, I'm better now, but we're waiting tests. I go, I know what your tests are going to say. They're going to say you got kidney and liver problems. You're fucked. And they're going to go on and put you on all this stuff. And I'm telling her to just do this. Just fast for 3 days. Let the otography go 18 hours. Let the little guys clean you up. Get off the sugar, and you'll be fine. Stop dicking around. How can we tell if someone is full of water? That's her arm. She's a skinny girl. So it was just, I don't know. That's what she sent me. So I assume, it does look a little bit puffy. So who knows? I mean, these girls drink a lot, so hard to say, but I know it's sugar. We know sugar is always the cause. So I keep telling Daria and Jenna, they keep having high blood pressure because in Ukraine and Russia, they can't afford a lot, and then so they drink a lot, and the sugar gives them high blood pressure. So I says, you gotta stop your sugars. Daria is pretty good about it, but she gets stressed, and then Jenna does her drinking. She doesn't understand why I don't drink. I says, because I don't want to die. My dad died of diabetes. Alcohol's all sugar. I don't need all that sugar in my system. It's going to kill me. So I just avoid, and then I don't have to worry about that shit. That's why our little buddy's not open, because I will not. It's much better looking at it like this, using it in class, than it is drinking it and getting sick over it. Yeah, I am taking a month from drinking alcohol. I already never drink soda. Yeah, well, that's good. You shouldn't see. You've got to. There's 2 stages. There's the stage where your blood pressure's high and your kidneys and liver are rough, and you got the insulin-resistant stomach. So stage one is to get your blood pressure down to 120 and lose that fat and get everything working. Once you do that, then step two is I can have a drink on Friday night or during the LSU game or the World Series, So you can have a Super Bowl. I'm going to have a drink. Christmas, my birthday, New Year's. I can have a drink then, and I can have a piece of pie or something, but one day. You can't have it for dinner every day. So you've got to be very careful with it. So that's your first thing. Then you've got to catch it. I'll do that 75-hour fast if I notice I'm eating too much sugar and I'm starting to get a little bit heavy. I cut it off right then. Okay, 60, 70-hour fast, and I reset and then unplug. So then I'm like, okay, and now I feel much better. I got the sugar out, the autography kicked in and cleaned me, and that's what I'm doing. It's the people that once you get out of phase one where you've lowered everything, it's the people that eat a piece of cake every day or, cook some, do something, having a pie or something every day. Those are the people that's the problem. But if you can just have, all right, it's Saturday night, I'm watching the game, I'll have a drink, I'll have an ice cream, but then I don't have it for another week or two, then you're okay. So the biggest problem with alcohol is your liver, Mickey Mantle. So you got to keep that in mind. So you must do do that fast once in a while to clean your liver up. Remember, the guy will clean your liver, but you got to let him come out. You got to let him stay more than 18 hours because if it's only 18 hours, he's just getting ready. So that's why you got to do that like 40-hour fast. It's got nothing to do with losing weight. It's to clean yourself. So the guy comes out after 18 hours. Think of it like that. So you got to get to 18, then let him do his work. So that's why you really need at least 18 more. So you give him, so if you do a 36-hour fast, which is nothing, it's skipping eating today and then eating at noon tomorrow is 36 hours, lets the guy come out and clean. And that's the goal, not losing weight. It's to let the guy clean you, clean your stuff, fix your back, fix your knees, your neck, whatever's bothering you. That'll do it, but you got to let him do that. So that's what I try to tell her. You got to at least get the 18 hours, just starts it. You had that left side pain earlier that you mentioned you felt too after eating. I was fine. It bothered me that day, and then it went away. Like I woke up Saturday, I was fine. Then I had one of those ice cream cone type of things with the waffle cone. So I had bought a couple. So I ate one, and then it hurt me. And then it was a little uncomfortable. And then I woke up Sunday morning and went to the bathroom, let's say, and then I felt fine, and I've been fine ever since. So I don't know what it is. I think I have a problem once in a while, too much sugar, and then trying to digest my food. It's almost like it gets stuck, and then it washes out. So Sunday morning, I got up early, and then I went to the hot tub. I took a hot tub first. Then first I rode the bike. Then I took a hot tub. Then I ran in the pool, and then I took another hot tub, and I was fine. Once I took that first hot tub and then I started running in the pool, I didn't have any more aches, which is good because you don't know what it is. But if it goes away, it's nothing. So it's like a digestive thing, and then it goes. So how long does yours stay, Bobby? Are you still bothered by it, or did it go away? Mine went away the next day, but I went to the bathroom. I cleaned house, but it was good. So I think it's digestive, not, because it's weird. It's in your side and it was here. And, am I having a heart attack? You're not having a heart attack if you're not vomiting and you don't have a fever. It happened earlier while drinking, but now I don't feel it. See, yeah, so it goes, so it like I think it's a digestive thing, and then the food's stuck, and then you drink it or you hot tub it or you get the blood flowing, and then it goes through. I think that's what it is. So just be careful on your sugars and stuff. I think it's sugar related, so that's what you're at with it. But oh my Lord, 4 hours. It was by my rib cage left side. Sorry, I meant while I was driving. Oh, okay. Yeah, mine. I was just sitting on the couch watching Mark McGuire getting ready for class Saturday morning. It was like 9 o'clock. Class was 10, so I'm watching and I get up and I thought, well, I got up funny and I hurt a rib or something. But no, it was fine. And sometimes I think it's the way I slept. But I woke up Saturday morning. I was fine. I did not feel it. But I did need to go to the bathroom. I think I took a shower at like 2 a.m. It was like I went to bed and I got up. I couldn't go back to sleep. Took a shower. A shower will knock you out. So if you ever can't sleep, it's the change in temperature. So when you take a hot shower, you're hot. As your body cools down, you knock yourself out. You go to sleep. So if you ever can't sleep, take a hot shower or a hot tub. Just get hot, raise your body temperature. As you get out and your body's cooling, you'll go to sleep because your body's working to cool down. Maybe watching Mark McGuire, I guess, is what got you feeling that. Well, maybe. Although it was an interesting show. It was good. I mean, I think he's reading my comments because he's like, okay, this is COMEX. It's going to fall. The gold price is going up real soon. Early 2024, it'll be there, if not earlier. It could happen, like Egon said, anytime. You got the Black Swan event with Israel. Again, the Federal Reserve is fighting to keep the gold price down because once gold goes through the roof, it'll prove they fucked up, or they'll blame Putin, or they'll blame the Israeli war because it can't be their fault. And then, so that's what's going to happen. So then but then once the gold goes up, the dollar's out, and the foreigners sell. And there goes the stock market, the banks, the houses. So everything hits the fan when the gold goes up, and people realize that's the safe haven. Right now, people don't realize it. They're just too stupid. I don't know what to do. I mean, you can't. They're just too stupid. They're idiots. The girls, it's funny, the girls know. Daria knows all about gold. So does Jenna. They know. And Irina, they all know it's good. Gold, good. Money, bad. I mean, they are perfectly understandable. And I tell them it's going up. I tell Jenna, she's the tough one. I said, this is going to be 50,000 an ounce. She's like, yeah, sure. Oh, okay. But don't sell it now. So then the next time I see her, she says, oh no, I didn't sell it. I still got it. So I'll be happy for her when it really takes off and she'll be able to live very comfortably. If I can leave the girls that makes me happy. So we will see. Anyway, that's economics. It's basically creating a market, developing a price because the buyer agrees with the seller. But you can only sell if there's a buyer. So you can't make electric cars if there's no buyer for them. And that's really the problem. I was watching something on YouTube, and the guy was showing all these F-150s and these bigger trucks. We're going for $100,000 at the lot. Who's buying them? Nobody's buying them. These are gas-powered, I think. Who's buying them? So I don't know what Ford's doing. They must be doing some sort of Madoff thing where they make the car and then they sell it to the dealer and call it sales. That's my guess. So they're marking it way expensive at 110 grand. So the sale on their books are 110 grand. We look at our sales number, and they go from the plant to the dealership but they never leave the dealership because nobody in their right mind is going to spend 110 grand on F-110. Are you fucking kidding? Nobody's going to spend it on the Tesla. So again, I think there's a lot of Ponzi schemes going out that they mark these prices high, and then when they ship to the distributor, to the dealer, they're calling it sales. I think that's what they're doing. So it's all bullshit, because all I know is that when I go to my Camry dealer, he said we can't sell anything. He says nobody will buy. It's too expensive. They're, like he's saying, they're $800-900 a month payments because of the interest rates. He says nobody's buying. I go, I know. And then I show him my market thing. Here's the ribs, and if you sell it here, that. So here's your Camry, and you want to sell it up here, you'll never sell them because you're over market. And give the sales manager credit. He does listen. The key to getting him out of Bitcoin was, I said, so what happens when the dollar collapses? What's your Bitcoin worth? Because it's priced in dollars, but gold is priced in gold. So gold will always have a value. Bitcoin, what happens when the dollar collapses? Does it go to zero? It ain't going to be priced in gold. And everybody's saying how the Bitcoin is the gold standard. Well, good luck getting a Bitcoin price. That's not going to happen. So then he said, that's your best argument for buying gold. And he ran to buy gold right after that because he said, that makes sense. Because Bitcoin can't be priced. If it's not priced in dollars, there's no such thing as Bitcoin. You can't just out of the air price something. Well, we're going to price air at 20,000 an ounce. That's the problem with Bitcoin. So then I said, but with gold, it's as long as you got it, it's worth a fortune. Like I said, I'm going to come in here and buy a Camry with an ounce of gold, and you're going to sell it to me. At first he said, no, I need money. And now last time I went in, he's like, yeah, I think I'll take the gold. So anyway, he gets it. He likes to listen to me. He likes when I'm there because I can teach him, and he's the sales manager. So, and then I talked to the finance guy. So I gave the finance guy an ounce of silver because I happened to be coming from the coin store. He was all excited, and it's like, to me, it's $25 and no big deal. And to him, it was an ounce of gold. It was like Christmas Day for him. So it's just funny. I bought a Camry, and it's about 10 minutes away. And so what happens is, because I teach him economics and gold and eBay stuff, he says, when you come in for maintenance, because I had the 2-year maintenance, so it was free, and then it ran out. So now I don't use anything. And he says, so when you come in, I'll give you a free oil change. I was hoping for the free maintenance, but he won't give me that. So he gives me, so I come in for an oil change and it's free. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. So I go bullshit with the guys, and, especially if I'm not working, I go in at 11:30. And I don't always give them gold and silver. It just happened to be at the place, but they like it. And I talked to him, and then he's the finance manager. And then I talked to the sales manager, and they both love me. They both like, just happy I'm there because I'm not like their other people. They actually learned something from me. Oh, yeah, you have him. You gave him a silver coin. Yeah. Just an ounce, but he liked it. What's this I keep saying on the news called Bidenomics? Well, that's when a moron tries to invent economics. I don't know. What is this? Inflation Reduction Act? The fuck is that? Oh, insulin's down to $35. Like, okay, that's not free market economics. What he's probably doing is, so the drug companies are $100 for insulin. He says, sell it for $35, we'll reimburse you, but they won't tell you that. You don't create, government doesn't create jobs. The government cannot possibly affect prices. That's between us and them. Yeah, I gave him a silver, 1 ounce, just 1 ounce. I don't watch the news, but sometimes it's on, and I see that garbage. Biden is a joke. Well, I could be president, but I need your security team to keep me alive. Because what I would do first thing, we'd be on the gold standard. Second thing, there would not be a central bank. Those two things would be gone, and then I'd get rid of half of the government. I would only keep the legal branch and I would put the money in a safer position. There would not be a federal central bank or a J.P. Morgan, and when the banks fuck up, they collapse. We don't need somebody to scam everybody. And if there's a Madoff, I want him arrested and thrown in jail. Not let's do that. I'd blow up the CIA and the FBI because they're corrupt, as are half of Congress and that. And I would say, if I find anything corrupt going on, you're going to fry. And that's what I would do. I'd allow free market. I'd get rid of all the regulations. I'd open up the oil. I'd say, if you can compete, electric car companies, fine. I'm not giving any rebates. And we're not selling electric car. We're selling whatever the public will want. That's how I work. Whatever the market says is what the market does. And I'm not going to force you to close down and not sell electric, to only sell electric, not gas. And this $55 or 55 miles per gallon is impossible. I used to work at Ford and GM, and I talked to the engineers. This is the best you're going to do. It's 30 miles, maybe 35 miles to the gallon. It's impossible. It doesn't work. So Biden's making this big thing like, oh, now he's an engineer and he knows he can get 55 miles per gallon in a car. What's the guy out of his fucking mind? Hey, the real D. How are you today? No, I walked the lake yesterday. I don't know. It's already 5:30 and I get really tired after this. I don't know. Maybe I can go at 6. This really tires me out. Yeah, yesterday I fell asleep. I was holding up Mark McGuire and I kept falling asleep. I do notice if I'm in charge, I don't fall asleep as much. But if I'm watching Mark McGuire or Egon or Alligator, I will fall asleep watching it because I'm not that good at taking in. I'm better at giving out. So I do notice that. But I mean, I need to unwind after this. I usually turn on a movie or I'll turn on YouTube, watch some football, and take a nap. But I'd like to go to the lake. But it's getting to the point where I might start going to the lake at 10 o'clock in the morning when I don't have to worry about the sun. Because now I can go to the club and swim. It's open till 9:30, so I might switch it around. We'll see. Well, yesterday I did when the Mark McGuire show, but it was after the football. Yeah, no, it's like the last hour. We talked football from 10 to noon. No, from 11 to 1. And then the game started. So I started, okay, we're done with football. I gave you the picks. I gave you the analysis, and it's 1 o'clock now. And then there wasn't a lot of viewers. So then I pulled out the Mark McGuire and I started like, I was like, okay, whatever. And I started nodding off. This is a high of class, professor, so we appreciate the effort. Well, again, I didn't sleep because of my pain, and I was stressed with Daria. I mean, it's weird when you don't, well, if you're married or your kids, like imagine going a week without hearing from your kids. You would freak out. I mean, it's just, that's how I was with Daria. I go, where are you? Are you safe? Because again, she's in Russia. It's not like she's in Florida. So did the KGB grab you? Has Putin got you? I mean, what the fuck's going on with you? And she said her blood pressure was high for 2 days. So she was sleeping a lot, and then they made her go to work or they're going to fire her. And my question to her is, well, why don't you text me on the way when you get up, or text me when you get home, or whatever. She's probably very tired, and she probably thinks, well, he's fine. This is a hell of a class. So, well, thank you, Bobby. Dario will get her medals. Like I said, when I go there, I'll bring her some medals. So she'll be fine. But as long as I got them for her, then she's all right. She's not gonna. I show her. I got a maple leaf. I got an ounce maple leaf a couple weeks ago, so I take a picture and I show her. And she's, oh wow, that's pretty. Yeah, the maple leafs really shine. That's the one. Canadians are a little bit more. Now it doesn't matter. It's an ounce of gold. If they put more or less of the other stuff into it, it really doesn't matter. It's the ounce of gold, and they're all an ounce of gold. Why there's a difference in prices doesn't really make sense. Because if you go to the coin store, it's an ounce of gold. Doesn't matter if it's a Cougaran, a maple leaf, or a Philharmonic. Fuck. Is it worth any more in Russia since they accumulate more over there? No, it'll be a market price. And right now, it's not, let's say it's 1950 is the spot price in the U.S. That's the price. Now, why it's higher in certain currencies is because their dollar is worth less in U.S. dollars. That's why it's different. But if you do the calculations for the FX, it's still, let's say it's 2,000. It's 2,000 here in Russia, whatever, how many rubles it takes. Once you convert it to dollars, it's 2,000. So it's $2,000 anywhere in the world. But that's on COMEX. Once it hits the Russian exchange or the Shanghai exchange, it'll probably be, but they'll probably have one. It's now worth $32,000. That's what it'll be worth. I don't think it should be individual by country, but it won't be. It'll just be one thing, and then that's what it'll be worth. But I'm going to have Daria talk to the coin stores there and ask her if they take them. So at least if I can give her, maybe she can't use the U.S. dollars. Maybe they won't take it because of the boycott. So maybe she needs Cougarans because they're South African. And if it's BRICS, it's South Africa. So she can probably use the Cougarans. So there is a method to my madness by diversifying and getting quarters, halves, dollars, and tenth of dollar gold. You never know what you need. It is not going to be barter. I'm not going to the grocery store with it. Again, there has to be a medium of exchange. It's either this or it's gold and silver. There has to be something. How are you going to barter? So that's how stupid these economists are. How are you going to barter? What? What are you going to barter? So you think you need a mercury dime, so it's a tenth of an ounce of silver, and you think silver is going to stay at this price. So in your mind, you're going, I need milk and eggs. It's $3 and $4, it's $7. So I'm going to tear off my silver and use a mercury dime, and it's worth $7, and that's how I'm going to buy it. Like, dudes, it won't be priced in dollars. First of all, the price of silver is going to 2,000, and you don't know what the price of milk and eggs are because it's in dollars, and the dollars are no longer there. So eventually, the milk will sell for the mercury dime. Let's go back to the Roman Empire. They didn't have currency; they had gold and they had silver. That's what they used. So if you wanted a cow, you paid them gold. If you wanted clothes, you wanted a toga for the toga party, you probably gave them a silver dime or a silver quarter. That's probably what you did. So things were priced in gold and silver, and that's what would happen. Since we're not using that, now they have to come out with a new dollar and price things in that. And then we'll figure out what the silver is, but we're not going to barter with it. I'm not going to Kroger's with with a mercury dime or two to buy food, I'm gonna use my debit card, because whatever I have, I'm putting in my bank to cover the debit card to use on that. People see, this is when people don't know what they're talking about. This is when they're exposed to being idiots. Like Rick Rude, and he was on with Maloney. So you'll love this. Rick Rude's on with Maloney. And here's the comment I leave, Bobby. You'll love this one. So here they are, Heckle and Jekyll.
Here are 3 important ways to support your immune system. First, make sure you're eating a healthy and balanced diet with plenty of fruit.
The future. I think that's.
So I have real fears that the gold market will triple. Why would that be a fear? Unless you don't own any, because you have ETFs. Here's my comment. I would have got to shake my head in there, but I didn't know how to put it in. 2 clueless idiots laugh out loud. Rick is always a great interview guest. Really enjoyed the interview. Okay, Coco, do you know what the f he's saying? I agree. The governments think its job is to put a barrier between the average person and prosperity. No, it's a fucking. This is what we're dealing with, Bobby. It's all a Madoff. It's all a scam. When your outgo exceeds your income, your upkeep becomes your downfall. What the fuck does that mean? Triple is just the beginning. Gold could be valued at 20,000 in today's money if used in global trade. Oh, we got to read the replies on this. So here's some idiot responding. I don't get it. As if 2K is the correct price for gold and 25 for silver. What should be the correct? This is the idiots we're dealing with. What should be the correct price? Whatever the market determines, you idiots. God, these people are so fucking stupid, Bobby. $1 trillion section. 2 legends I follow. Yeah, I gave it a thumbs down. 2 legends, my ass. 3 replies. See, Mike responds to that if you kiss his ass. Thanks for tuning in. 100% agreed. Mike and Rick are the most articulate, intelligent, and honest exposures of financial truth in the world. Oh my God. Thanks for that. See, this is why I can't watch this. What a joke that is. So see, but I can't stomach watching this video. I have real fears that the gold market will triple. Why would you have a fear on that? But again, I don't want to watch it to get to that. But this is what these idiots are talking about. Then I was watching Bret Hart versus the Honky Tonk Man. I had some other wrestling. Here's a good one. Hulk Hogan and Mr. Wonderful were going against King Kong Bundy and Big John Studd. Now that was a match. That's how matches should be. Mr. Wonderful was, I think, a running back at Miami or Florida State. And King Kong Bundy King Kong Bundy put him at defensive tackle, and they wouldn't be able to run the ball. See, that's what we miss, the King Kong Bundys and the people like that. And if you really are interested in, I highly recommend, if you're interested in Greek mythology, there's an Iliad, there's an Odyssey, and there's one for 3 hours on the whole Greek, from Zeus to Hercules to the whole thing here. But this is excellent. It really does a good job. It's called The Entire Story of the Trojan War Explained by the Life Guide. Excellent. More like they're two goofy bastards that don't know what they're talking about and need the professional show. Oh yeah, no, that's entertainment. Nothing like old school WW. Well, see, this is the problem. Why do I come up and say things like, you got to know who you trust? Because this is the problem. You look at Rick Rude and you look at Maloney and you listen to what they say and you believe it. So you're being misled by Madoff and Madoff here. Rick Rude should be in jail for selling ETFs as if you're buying physical gold, which you're not. But what does he say? It's a physical gold ETF, implying you're buying physical gold, but you're not. You're buying paper crap that's worthless. And if you ever try to get your gold out of it, hey, I bought 20 ounces. I want my 20 ounces. You're never going to get it, because it's 1 ounce that's 1,000 people have claim on. So nobody's getting it, if there's even a real ounce there. So this guy's scamming and should be in jail. Maloney doesn't know what he's talking about. He's really clueless. He's not see, these guys aren't economists. So I gave Rude a really bad comment. So now he comes across and says, oh, I'm not an economist, I'm a credit analyst. So what the fuck are you talking about? A credit analyst just simply says, yeah, his credit score is 700, we can loan him money, or his credit score is 300, we can't loan him money. That's a credit analyst. You're analyzing the credit to see if it's any good. What the fuck do you know about gold and silver and ETFs? You don't know anything about it. So, that's the first problem, but I don't think, there's so much other stuff I want to watch than trying to figure out what a goofy title. There's no reason we should fare triple gold going up 3 times. We should be happy for it. See, everybody's like scared. Oh, the dollar will collapse. We don't give a fuck about that, because there'll be a new dollar. They'll come out with U.S. dollar too. But these people, since they don't understand economics, they don't understand Austrian economics. What do we say? There needs to be a medium of exchange, what everybody wants. So if nobody wants this dollar, there'll be a new dollar. In Amsterdam used to be the reserve currency, and they had tulips, like in the 1600s. Tulips were the medium of exchange. You'd go to the butcher with a tulip. You go pay your rent with a tulip. And then there was a drought, and then the tulips didn't grow, and then now what do we use for money? So then they went to a different money. It's not like you stop living and the economy stops. You come out with new money. The gold is simply a way that we're going to make a fortune, because the gold will go way up in value, because then it becomes demanded, because people start realizing its safety. And I can't trust this. And now there is no money. And then the money comes out, but the gold is still through the roof. You don't need every currency to class for the gold. The gold's something independently, like the Mano card or the Montana card. That's it. So once you have that, that's it's not going away. So people don't understand that they'll just come out with a new medium of exchange, like they did from tulips to dollars. And the British and the France and the Spanish all had the reserve currency because they had gold. They got rid of their gold and their dollar went to shit. Now they have this euro, and that's going to shit. And then they'll have a euro too. In a Euro 3, what people will realize, it must be a Euro backed by gold if we want to have any say in it. And that's it. So that's what's going to happen. There'll be a new reserve. There'll be a new currency. So what are you crying about gold going up 3 times? Who the fuck cares? What is the point of that? Anyway, to see Maloney and Rick Rude together, it's really Heckle and Jekyll. It's really 2 idiots that are clueless what's going on and why. They don't understand it. And so the problem is, if somebody watches it, then you're getting bad information. Now I got to reteach you because you've just been poisoned by these idiots. And that's the problem. And they go on. Rick Rude comes on and he talks Chinese. Nobody knows what the fuck he's saying. And Maloney is a fucking child. He doesn't know. You can't learn anything from either of them. And yet, why are they on? And what are they teaching? Or are they selling? Maloney's trying to sell. Rick Rude's trying to sell his ETF. So I don't know. They're on to sell, I guess. But why would you buy anything from those 2 clones? So, and every time I say, hey, I'll come on your show, nobody's interested in the truth. And they know I'm an INFJ. I'm going to kick their ass. I'm gonna get you you can't beat me. I mean, it's impossible to beat me in an economics discussion. Even the idiot at the bank tried to talk about elastic and inelastic. And I said, well, I don't really know Keynesian terms that well. He says, you're an economist, you don't know what that is? And I go, all I know is I want gold and silver, and I don't want to be in paper. That's what I know, and that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. And I just laughed at the guy like, you can't come at me. You can't beat me. You have no argument in your tool house that can beat me. Because I know at the end of the day, we want gold and silver because it's the only real money, and the paper shit you're trying to sell me is worthless. I don't care if it's 2% or 10%. 10% of nothing is nothing. I don't want to be in it, and I'm certainly not going to tie my money in it before it crashes. Good luck. Nice try. It ain't going to work against me. I am very sure of what I'm saying. You're not. You're pinning your hopes on something elastic, inelastic. You probably have no idea what it is, that you just want to say the words so you can appear to be a Keynesian economist. Who gives a fuck? There was a guy in line at the coin store last weekend, and he was pulling out single dollars from his pocket, buying quarters and dimes. Are those worth the same? I'm sorry. He was buying regular dirty silver coins, but I thought in my mind that they can be actually worth as much as our Krugerrand, right? Well, the Krugerrand's 1 ounce. If you're talking a 1 ounce silver Krugerrand, it's what, $35? So if he's buying, he's thinking he needs it to go to Target or to go to Kroger's. He thinks that he's going to buy milk and eggs with these dimes and quarters, and he's not, because you won't know when this goes to the point you need silver, the price changes. So what's the price? The price we know is going to be $1,000 an ounce. What are you going to do with a dime? So that's going to buy 1/10 of 1,000 is $100. What is that going to do for you? See, they don't understand that the price changes. It's priced in dollars. People don't understand the basic concept. Things are priced in this. Our Canadian club that we love is priced in, let's say, $50. This goes to zero. This goes to zero. And now we're waiting for a new price of whatever the new medium of exchange is. Is it US $2? And it'll be worth half of this. So then this is worth $25. Is it going to be gold and silver, on which that will be priced in 1/10 of an ounce of silver or whatever it will be priced in, whatever the market determines. So this is the point. You don't know why are you buying old dimes and quarters for the silver? Because you want 1/10 of an ounce of silver. So the Krugerrand that you're talking will be worth 35. he would need what are the dimes selling for? Couple bucks. Let's say they're worth $5. So he would need 7 dimes to equal the 1 Cougaran. He was buying regular dirty. I thought in my mind that they can be actually worth as much as our Cougaran. No, only it's going to be less because the Cougaran's worth an ounce, right? If we're talking, I assume you're talking silver. It's worth 1 ounce. This is a dime or a quarter. So you need how many dimes and quarters to equal the ounce? It's not a tenth of an ounce. How much, what is a dime in ounces versus the ounce? So you're going to need 30 dimes or 15 quarters and 10 dimes to get the ounce of silver out. So yes, you'll need all these little things. It's like when I buy the gold. So if I buy the tenth of an ounce of gold versus the ounce is 2,000. Just to keep it simple, this would be 200. So I would need 10 ounces to get 1 ounce of gold. And yes, the 10 would be worth the 1 ounce. That's what would happen. So will a dime be worthless? Our dimes will be, all our money will be worthless. If you have I have a mercury dime, that'll be worth whatever in silver. As silver climbs to $1,000, it'll be whatever let's say it's 1/10 of an ounce, that much. Then it would be worth, take 1,000 times whatever, and it'll be worth, maybe it'll be, if it's $1,000 for an ounce, it'll be maybe worth 100, maybe 50. I don't know, whatever the calculation is. Yeah, he might need 1,000 of his dimes to match my silver bar. Well, yeah, I mean, so let's say your bar is a 1 ounce bar worth $1,000. It's just going to be the weight. So how much of an ounce is a dime? This is why I get paid the big money. Gold's at 1973. Paper gold. Funny how it went up from 1820 to 1973 so quickly. All right, so your question is this a silver dime or just a regular dime? A regular dime will be worthless. 10 ounce bar. So you want to know, is this a silver dime? Is this a mercury dime that you're talking about? Or is just a fucking regular dime? A regular dime will be worthless. A silver dime. So let's do this. How many ounces is a mercury dime? 0.07324. These mercury dimes are in average circulated condition and are 90% silver, each containing 0.07234 troy ounces of silver. So here, how many mercury dimes make 1 ounce? Let's ask it that way. There are exactly 14 silver dimes in an ounce. So that's probably the best way. So if you go by mercury dimes, 14 will give you the ounce. Or $35 divided by 14 gives you what the mercury dime is. So let's say that's 2 is 28. So let's say it's worth 2 1/4. That's how it'll convert. So a mercury dime will be worth 2.25 in silver. 14 of them will come back to the 35. So that's what you'll need. He literally has a regular dime like the ones you buy a fucking Jolly Rancher candy with. That'll be worthless. So this guy was buying regular dimes and quarters. Is this what you're saying? He was buying regular dirty silver coins. So you're saying silver coins. Dimes and quarters, nickels are not silver. They're made out of whatever, copper, whatever. No, if he's just buying regular, like today's nickels, dimes, quarters, half dollars, if he's buying just regular, there's no silver in them at all. They're all worthless. Oh my God. So the guy's actually taking out 100 of this to buy nickels, dimes, and quarters, thinking he's going to use those when the dollar goes out as barter. Is this what I'm being told? So what an idiot. Did you laugh like Adam? Yeah, the dime will be worthless. All the money will be worthless because this is going to be worthless. This has no value. So what do you think the nickel, dime, quarter, and half have? No value. They don't have value. He stacked up a lot and he cleaned that store out, and the guy must have laughed. Why would the guy have regular change anyway? Was this just rolls in his register, or did he actually have it out in front? I mean, has he actually got in a case and he's selling them as silver? I mean, that's like saying it's like saying this is a tenth of an ounce of gold. No, this is not any gold in it. This is just the paper worthless. This is worthless paper. So no, if it's not silver, it ain't worth it. So a mercury dime or these older dimes and quarters and halves have silver in it. That's if he's buying, they're not silver coins. They're just I don't know what they're made out of, but they're not made out of silver. They used to be. He was pulling out dollars saying, "Let me get more of these." And I saw the counter loaded up with dukes and quarter dimes and quarters. Get more of those. It was the one guy that changed Bobby Bow tax on that 10-ounce silver bar. Okay, so this guy's a scammer, but what I don't get. So a customer, was it the guy buying for his store? Is this what you're telling me? So the tax fraud guy who charged you tax was in another store buying this crap money, the nickels, dimes, and quarters, thinking they were silver? Is this what you're telling me? It was that one guy that charged Bobby Botek. So he's the guy that you're watching taking his money or taking your money and buying nickels, dimes, and quarters, current nickel, dimes, and quarters that have no silver in them. How hard did you laugh at him, Bobby? Oh my God. I got one mercury dime, so it's worth $3.50 in silver. The tax fraud guy who worked there was selling it to a random okay. And of course, you stepped into the random customer saying, "What are you doing?" That's what I would have done. When I'm in the gold store and some guy acts that stupid, I go, "What are you doing?" I try to be polite to not piss off the owners of the store, but I'm like, "What are you doing?" Yeah. He obviously listened to Maloney and Rick Rude. Probably where he got it from. He listened to Peter Schiff or Maloney or Rude, and they told him to go buy common nickels, dimes, and quarters now, and he went and started buying it based on listening to one of their broadcasts. The guy at the counter who charged me the tax kept holding his gun. Yeah, I'm here, Greg and John. He's got a fucking gun. He's got a gun in his holster, and the guy's buying nickel, dimes, and quarters. And what's he gonna think he's gonna steal? I mean, did he think he's just doing because it's so stupid? to want change that he thought he was going to rob him. So he had his gun. He was talking with a lady there, how he was about to pull out on a customer that went into the store with a motorcycle helmet on. Arizona is winning Phillies. Yeah, but we talked about the Texas Houston. So did you bet on Scherzer, or did you bet the over? Or did I tell you to take? I think I told you to take Arizona, didn't I, because of their pitcher? Yes, that's why I told him kept the $15 because I think he was going to try and pull out on Bobby Bowe if we argued. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't deal with that. So you went back into the guy's store? I would never go into that guy's store again. I'd find another store, but just call my guy. He'll send you if you want. He seems to keep getting. He gets in. They own a couple of stores, so people come and sell their gold back to them. Then they're taking some because they know I buy. So I go to the store where I'm at, and it's from the other store. So all he's getting in is these idiots selling their gold at these ridiculously low prices for dollars that are worthless. You took the over. Good for you. Okay. I'll root for you, Greg. What's the over? 6, 7, 8? I think it was 9. Either way, he can keep selling his Dukes for quarters to the other guy because I'm never going back. Yeah, I wouldn't go. If the guy's got a gun, I'm but I've never seen it, and I'd never get the impression that I'm in any danger there. In fact, I feel secure because I know he's got a safety system he needs for all the gold and silver. So I'd be very careful there, but I'd find another store. So who the fuck would buy nickels, dimes, and quarters now? I have a lot of pennies because I believe copper is going to go up. But only because I have them in change. I don't buy them. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's stupid, Versa, because he lost a customer because I won't have went back at first because it's closer than the other two spots. But once he did that, I said no more of this place. Well, you don't really care about close, you care about price. So if he's $20 more expensive than the other store, I wouldn't go to him. I go to my guy because he is, I think the Ann Arbor store is $1 more, but he doesn't always have, and it's a 20-mile trek there and 20 miles back. So for the dollar, it's worth getting it. And my guy seems to have inventory. It's a big store. The guy in Ann Arbor is a little coin store. So that's why. But yeah, I mean, it's all about money. It's like going to get gas, right? There's a gas station close to you and he's 50 cents more than going 2 miles down the road. I'm driving 2 miles down the road because it's always about money. Yeah, I would have said something to help, but you know how people get all offended. Well, is Jim Harbaugh smart enough to buy his gold and silver? Yeah, he would. It's in Ann Arbor. But again, the guy's got a small store, and I don't know. When I went a couple of times, I would call first because it was a 20-minute drive. I said, do you have any gold? Save me a couple ounces. I'm coming. And then I'd get there and he didn't. He says, I don't save. And I go, I just talked to you. I'm coming a half hour away. What do you mean you don't have any? You said you did. That's why I came. I'm not, I can't come if you don't have it. And then supposedly he gave me somebody else's order. Said, okay, I have a couple ounces. Here you go. And I'm like, okay. And then I didn't go back. I'm like, don't be smart. Don't be an idiot where you're saying like you have, and I drive out there and you don't have. You're fucking wasting my time. I don't have time for that. So that's why when I go to 5 Mile, he generally has some gold or silver, but that'll be going away soon. See, that's the thing with people. This is the beauty of Say's Law is I don't care who my customer is. When somebody buys my football picks, I don't care who it is. I don't care what color he is. I don't care what religion he is. He's a customer. You bought, thank you very much. You have questions. You want to take this team that I didn't pick, we can talk about it. I can help you on a 5-team teaser. So, yeah, I mean, I don't care anything about the person. He's a customer. And really, if you just had Austrian economics, you wouldn't have racism because I don't care who I sell to. They're all customers. It's a blank, you're a customer. And so there is no race. I don't care what race you are, and I kind of hope you're an alien and then we can get on the spaceship. But I don't really, normally you would not care. But rule number one is you don't piss the customer off. And number 2 is you don't lie or cheat the customer. Then that's all I play by, right? I don't piss them off and I don't lie or cheat to them. You get my picks, that's what's there. And we add them up at the end. I show the history, off we go. So that's all it is. So I don't really get anything else, but hopefully the Niners come through tonight. Do any of the coin guys watch this class? I don't know. I do tell them about it. Like the barbecue guy, I gave him my card. I said, watch. I tell the girls to watch. I don't know. I tell the lifeguards to watch. I don't know if I've not seen, the only one I've seen is Kenzie coming on, but we don't know who she really is. I don't think Daria doesn't understand English well enough, and Jenna, I doubt she goes on to watch it. I mean, she just texts me if she has questions. No, I don't think so. I've never seen anybody where they say, "Oh, yeah, I'm the lifeguard." This is Joe, the lifeguard. I've never seen anybody. But they might not comment. They might just watch. I don't know. There's 4 people on now. I don't know who they are. I just know you and Greg or John, I assume, are 2 of them. And there could be more because I'll see a 0 on the counter and then, Luke saying I'm here. So I see 4. I don't know how that works. I don't know if there's 4 people watching or 40, but I just see 4 maybe that have commented. I'm not sure. Kenzie, yeah, she's a beaut. She didn't get blocked. I deleted her. I didn't block her. So in other words, I got her number off of Instagram, but I could see it was a phony. And when I call, it's like from Chicago or something. And but you're in California or Vegas. Why wouldn't I get a Vegas phone number? So it's just funny. And then she won't answer when I call. Who doesn't answer? That would be like me texting Jenna and she doesn't respond, But that's all. Phil is watching, taking notes. I'm sure he is. And the best is, remember that Canadian guy who bought the $700,000 house and he used $400,000 instead of putting it in gold? I was watching something on YouTube on Canada going bankrupt. And the reason the housing market's so expensive in Canada is the mafia is laundering their money by buying Canadian houses. So it's not supply demand, it's the mafia laundering their money. So it's all collapsing. So this guy's going to lose his $400,000 as I told him he would. And instead he could have been in gold instead of buying a freaking house. I don't mind you buying the house, but if you would have bought the gold, why? Like I would have done what he did. I would have taken the money, but it was $500,000. I don't know where he got for. So I guess maybe you didn't know that. So what I would have done if I was him, sold the house for $500,000. I have $400,000 walking around. I buy gold with that, and then I go rent an apartment out, waiting for the market to crash, and then I can buy it really cheap with an ounce of gold. By the way, when are you going to go to Romania? Yeah, the guy named Andrew. Irina said probably November, probably around Thanksgiving week, I guess. I'm trying to collide it with Jenna So Jenna wants to go to Greece or Italy this time. And I'm going, okay, never been. I can hang out with the Romans, or I can be with the Greeks. And I kind of, maybe hang out with Apollo and Zeus. I've been watching my Greek mythology. So that's kind of cool. And, maybe Poseidon will be there. We can have dinner. We can talk gold and stuff. So it's one of those too. And so what I'd like to do is fly to Romania and then fly to, let's say, Greece, and then fly back and then fly home from Greece. I always get it confused on these triple, like if I want to go to Romania and then go to Greece and then go home as opposed to going back to Romania. How does that work out? I've never done it internationally. Usually I'll meet Jenna and we go. She's fine with me meeting with me meeting Irina. So I said I got some gold and I'll bring a present for the baby. She's got her. She named her baby Caesar. I love it. And so she's looking forward to seeing me. So initially it was going to be when the baby was born, and now it's like moved back to November. It must be when it fits her schedule better. She's looking for work, but there's nothing in Romania. I mean, just, I guess, waitress jobs or work at the grocery store. That's it. It's just bullshit jobs, maybe at a hotel. One of the girls behind the counter. I don't know what. That's what they do. There's no real jobs there. There's no Ford and GM, and you're going to work as an accountant or an attorney or an IT person. I keep telling her I says, when I come in, I'll teach you Excel, because I said you should at least know that. You can maybe get a better job for it. So I'll do that. But yeah, I mean, it's probably, I don't know, a day or two with her and then go meet Jenna and then fly home. So, but I don't want to fly to Jenna and then come home and then fly to Romania and come home. I can't take the flights anymore. It's just too long and too much sitting, and it's just too hard on my back. Although now I have some good back exercises and my back's a lot better. I can walk without pain now. Before I couldn't. Then it was like I could do a quarter mile and I had to stretch it. Now I can do about a mile, and I'm pretty, now I would go like a half mile and sit down and then wait 5 minutes and then go the other half mile. So it tightens up a little. Probably my vertebrae as I'm walking are compressing, so I got to stretch them. So we will see. Yeah, Andrew. Andrew was a pain in the neck because he kept wanting free football picks. And I go, I sell the picks. People that buy the picks are going to be pissed if I'm giving them away. I said, I can help you with economics. That's a freebie because I want you to learn. But if somebody's paying me for my football picks, the hell if I'm giving them to you, who are you? So send me some money. And then he kept saying, oh, I'll buy from you. And he never would. And I says, well, I give you a free pick. You got the free pick here. I gave it today. USC KL over. I says, get it in at 66 before it goes to 70. That's it. So go bet that. What do you need? Oh, what's your lock? Well, my lock's $75. Pay it and I'll give you my lock. But he wants it for nothing. Like, who the fuck are you? I don't know you. He was bothering me on Facebook, and I deleted my Facebook account. And he comes here. I don't mind him asking questions, but I don't like the begging. And like I said, I got customers. They're not interested in me giving away what they're paying for. That's not good business. So I won't do that. So that's the point. Now I will help you with, who do I like to a point. But if it's a lock, somebody will say, what's your lock? I'm not telling you my lock unless you pay for it. Anyway, that's what I do. But it's been 5 hours and I better wrap it up. So anything else, Bobby Bo? Caleb is pissed. He will be real to put up numbers against Cal. Well, Cal is a very strong offense too. USC will not be able to hold them. This is a 66. You go over 60, you'll have it by halftime. I know I say that a lot in jest, but I think in this game, 35-28 at halftime would not be out of the – because California, they played Oregon State to like a 90-point game. And I watched the replay, and they got a good quarterback now, Cal. They didn't have one. Now they got one, and they're lighting it up. Like I said, Cal, Oregon State, or Oklahoma State, Rutgers, these are the teams that we're looking at on. Duke. Because Oak State figured it out. They got a new quarterback, and they're lighting it up. They just put up 48 on West Virginia. I mean, look out for Oak State. We got Georgia, Florida this week. Over under 49. I think we can safely go under 55 in that game. Will Florida score? I don't think so. Not with Graham Mertz. So there's a lot of good games. It's just, I got to look at the injuries. But so the free one's USC Cal over. I don't care about that. It's really, you can't look at it like he's best. I look at it like Cal gives up 31 a game. USC gives it up 31 a game. So just go over on the game. Plus you got Caleb and you got a good Cal quarterback and they're going to score. And, the way USC plays 60's your third quarter number. Anyway, I think that's it. 5 hours. My eyes are blurring. It's 6:30. Well, there goes the lake. Fuck, it's 6:30, really? It was just 4:30. All right, so that's enough. Yeah, I agree with you. Well, you came on and we started yapping again, so I was about done at 4. But that's okay, because you ask good questions that everybody can get. You're welcome, Bobby Bo. Well, I'm a teacher that they need. I'm thinking of doing like a seminar. There's a Sheraton down the road. I'm thinking of saying, can I do a seminar for people that don't have YouTube or don't, but who need to understand retirement and gold and economics, just to draw some people and maybe charge $19.95 or something. That way, if you charge, they'll think, oh, well, he must be good. He's charging. And see about that. But anyway, I might try just take 5 minutes to go there. Anyway, time for dinner before I can't eat. I got a half hour. Anyway, have a good night. Take care. Again, we got San Francisco tonight. We got USC. You can play with USC over as the free pick. I'll have a free pro, but I got to look at the line. I don't even I'm still getting to the line part of it. All right, everybody. Have a great day. www.teaserking.com. Bobby, I heard from Daria. I was very happy today. She had high blood pressure, and she had to go into work. And she said, oh, I thought I talked to you 2 days ago. I go, it was Sunday, and today's Monday. It's been a week, over a week. Says, you're freaking me out. I think you're, the KGB must have you, which is not, I'm not really joking when I say that. She said, I'm sorry. And she said, I'll text you more. And I says, if you got high blood pressure, just text me. I'm sick, and that. And so anyway, all right. Have a good day. www.teaserking.com. Get the picks. Like I said, I already got one lock, and then the USC Cal free play for next week. Next week should be a real good week. A lot of really good games, and we kind of understand the teams much better. We're not going to be surprised by taking a team that we don't know and then we lose. We kind of know. We know all the teams now. Now it's getting fun. I know the team this year. We still have 5-6 weeks left. And the end of the year lock's going to be Ohio State, Michigan under. Ohio State sucks. Their quarterback's horrible. And they got a killer defense against the run. Michigan won't be able to do anything. Michigan's defense is killer. That game will be 10. First one to 10 wins that game. So keep that in your back pocket. All right. I'm out of here. Time for dinner. www.teaserking.com.